Chapter 490. It's over. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Ding Wei himself was scared out of his wits. He had never experienced the feeling of being surrounded by so many flying swords. The fight had just begun, and it had already become like this. What was the point of fighting? 8 spinning blue flying daggers quickly flew back from the gaps between the densely packed flying swords. They danced around his body, trying to protect him. However, the 8 flying knives could only protect a limited area. No matter how fast they were, it would be difficult to block the simultaneous attack of hundreds of flying swords. There had to be a loophole. Thus, without saying anything, he released his shield of vigor. Yu Qianqiu stared at him with a look of disdain. The flying swords were ready to attack, but they did not attack. It was as if they were waiting for him to prepare his defense. It was clear that he had a card up his sleeve. Everyone sighed inwardly. Ding Wei was probably doomed. Furong patted her chest lightly. She could also see that her man was going to win. Nongzhu did not say anything. He had expected this to happen. If he could not even deal with a nascent soul cultivator, then Yu Qianqiu did not deserve to be the disciple of the world's most powerful cultivator. I really don't understand. There are people in the tribulation stage here. They don't come out, so why did you, a nascent soul cultivator, come out? Aren't you taking your life as a joke? Can you tell me why? Yu Qianqiu asked with a puzzled expression. Ding Wei shouted angrily. Yu Qianqiu, don't put on airs here. It's not certain who will win. The 8 blue flying knives spun faster and faster, moving quickly outside the shield of vigor. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. How can these broken knives stop me? Yu Qianqiu narrowed his eyes and said, but I'll give you a chance to live. Do you want it? Now, the atmosphere was finally not as lively as before. Only the swishing sound of the blue knives could be heard. Everyone listened attentively, waiting for Ding Wei's answer. Ding Wei did not answer immediately. Obviously, he was a little moved by Yu Qianqiu's words, but he could not show weakness. He immediately shouted, if you have something to say, say it. Don't be so wishy-washy. There's always a price to pay for doing something wrong. Pointing 2 fingers at the ground, Yu Qianqiu sneered, admit that you're trash, kneel and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your life. Huh. The audience was in an uproar. This guy was too arrogant. However, Ding Wei, who was surrounded by flying swords, did not make a sound. As there were too many flying swords, no one could see his expression clearly. Everyone looked at each other. Would Ding Wei really agree to this? They didn't know that Ding Wei was trembling in anger and couldn't even speak. The other party was clearly humiliating him in public. This was also Yu Qianqiu's revenge on the bird who provoked him first. Why aren't you talking? Yu Qianqiu chuckled and said, it doesn't matter if you die, but it's a pity that you'll leave a huge debt for the sect after you die. Fortunately, the head priest doesn't want you to pay interest. Yu Qianqiu, go to hell. Ding Wei finally let out an angry roar. 8 blue swords whistled as they swept over in an arc. Yu Qianqiu flicked his finger and dozens of flying swords flew out, immediately entangling the blue swords. With a cold expression, he said, I have to admit, if you met other nascent soul stage cultivators, your 8 blue swords would indeed pose a great threat to them, making it hard for them to take care of everything. Unfortunately, you met me, and I only have 8 blue swords. With that said, he waved his sleeves, and a black shadow flashed out, shooting into the encirclement of swords. Everyone had yet to figure out what was going on. A mournful scream suddenly rang out. The 8 blue swords suddenly fell to the ground powerlessly. Before they landed, they reformed into one and fell to the ground with a ding-dang. Everyone was shocked, but they saw Yu Qianqiu wave his hand lightly, retrieving the black shadow that shot out. The swords instantly surged violently. A cloud of red mist began to spread, and the thick smell of blood began to fill the entire hall. After hundreds of blue flying swords continuously flashed back into Yu Qianqiu's sleeves, Ding Wei had already disappeared. Everyone immediately understood that Ding Wei had already been turned into dust by the flying swords. This thick smell of blood was... Everyone waved their hands and stirred, forcing the disgusting blood mist out of the hall. Yu Qianqiu picked up the blue swords on the ground and looked at them, then casually threw them into his storage bag. When everyone looked at him again, their hearts were a little cold. What a powerful sword art. Yu Qianqiu walked in front of Wenrui and smiled. I won. This spirit stone is mine. Wenrui didn't say a word, nor did he express any attitude. Whoever won could come and take it themselves. As a dignified soul formation expert, how could he really help these people do this? His role was to make sure that no one dared to snatch things from him. He picked up the 2 storage bags and showed them to everyone. Is there anyone who is unconvinced? Bring out the money. Gambling with money in life? I will continue to play with you. He returned to his seat, hugged the storage bags, and counted the spirit stones as he continued. If you don't have money, you can borrow from the head elder. In his territory, don't mention 2 million. Even 1 or 200 million is no problem. Hurry up, don't miss out. Mi Russian stared at him indifferently. The group of people no longer said he was talking nonsense. They looked at each other and finally looked at the few tribulation-passing early-stage cultivators. Unfortunately, no one jumped out like Ding Wei. Yu Qianqiu put away one of the storage bags and glanced at everyone. He thought, anyway, don't think about being free. Rather than waiting for you to find me, I might as well find you. From today onwards, I will go all out. If I don't turn this place upside down, I won't be called Yu Qianqiu. I said you were trash, but you are still unconvinced. Shouting is useless. If you have the guts, show me your actions. Yu Qianqiu put the storage bag he earned back on the coffee table next to Wenrui and pointed at it. If you have the guts, bring out the money to gamble. If you don't have the guts, take a detour when you see me. Don't bark like a dog. What the hell is this? Wow. Everyone was finally enraged and stood up one by one. Nongzhu looked at him in shock and thought, this guy is crazy. Does he want to go against the entire cultivation world by saying this? However, this was not the craziest thing. Yu Qianqiu also stood up and pointed at the crowd. His face was filled with disdain as he said, don't be unconvinced. I can't be bothered to fight you all one by one. As long as you have the money, it doesn't matter if you all come to me together. I will take you all on alone. When Rui and Nongzhu looked at each other, as if they were asking Nongzhu who this guy was. He was too arrogant. Everyone here represented a faction. Wouldn't that be offending all the countries? Would he still want to live in the future? Nongzhu shook her head with a wry smile. Furong's mouth turned into a circle. Although she did not know where these people came from, she was still shocked by Yu Qianqiu's words. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 people flashed out from the crowd almost at the same time. The 3 of them looked at each other in shock. Obviously, they did not expect such a coincidence. It seemed like they were really going to fight 3 against 1. For a moment, they were stunned and felt a little embarrassed. It's okay, it's okay. I have always been a man of my word. My words are like water that has been spilled. Let's fight together. Yu Qianqiu's bellicose nature was completely stimulated. For a moment, he was full of fighting spirit and was ready to test the hard work he had put in all these years. To be honest, ever since he defeated 2 cultivators at the end of the passing calamity stage, he had long looked down on ordinary cultivators. Fighting someone like Ding Wei was not satisfying at all. However, he did not get too excited. He pointed at the storage bag on the coffee table and said, "Put down 1 million upper-level spirit stones. Those who don't have spirit stones can go back." Since he had said so, who would be polite with him? After seeing Yu Qianqiu fight, the 3 of them were not confident that they could defeat him. However, as cultivators at the passing calamity stage, if they did not stand up for him, they would not be able to raise their heads when they went back. They had no choice but to come out. Now, it was exactly what the 3 of them wanted. A person in a blue robe walked over. Yu Qianqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. This outfit was very familiar. Sure enough, the person said in a deep voice, Xiushui country's early passing calamity stage cultivator, Yin Feng, seeks advice. Then he bowed to the 2 soul formation stage cultivators, took out a storage bag, and placed it beside Wenrui. Tuan country's early passing calamity stage cultivator, Wu Yingkai seeks advice. A black-robed person also put down a storage bag. West Asian country's early passing calamity stage cultivator, Yuan Tonghai seeks advice. A gray-robed person also put down a storage bag like the previous two. The three passing Calamity Stage cultivators attacked together. This time, it was enough to make that kid suffer. The crowd cheered loudly. They all stood up and clamored, hoping that the three of them would make Yu Qianshou die a horrible death. It seems that there are still a few rich people. Yu Qianshou stood up in high spirits, thinking that he could fight to his heart's content. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the middle of the group. Mi Russian said expressionlessly, "Don't fight first. This is the Daong country's palace. It can't withstand your torment. Let's go somewhere else. Follow me." After saying that, he took the lead and flashed out of the hall, flying into the sky. The few of them looked at each other, grabbed their own storage bags, and followed. Before Yu Qianshou left, he said to Furong and followed Senior Nongzhu. The group of people dispersed, flashed out of the hall, and flew away like a swarm. In the blink of an eye, only Nongzhu, Wenrui, Wenbai, and Furong were left in the hall. There were also a dozen disciples from Guangguang Peak who were at a loss. Wenrui asked Nongzhu, "What should we do?" Nongzhu rubbed her hands and said with a smile, "This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He must have taken a strong medicine today. Let's go and take a look." After saying that, she grabbed Furong's hand and flew away. Wenrui shook his head with a bitter smile and waved at Wenbai. The two of them also followed. The hall suddenly became empty. The tables and chairs were in a mess. The remaining Foundation establishment disciples looked at each other. The ordinary people in the palace didn't notice, but some cultivators noticed the group of people flying away. They didn't know what happened. On the various stages, the competition had already begun. Zhang Peng, who had just won a match with a few punches and kicks, also noticed the group of cultivators flying away. He wanted to follow them, but his master didn't allow him to. He could only hold back his anger and continue to compete with the ordinary people. Chapter 491. A group of cultivators suddenly flew out of the palace and headed west, immediately alerting all the cultivators into Yang City who had gathered here. One by one, they found a remote corner and quickly chased after them, out of the sight of mortals. After everyone arrived, they realized that Mi Russian really knew how to find a place. This place was the flatland formed by Baikong's raging attack on 6 mountain peaks. This place was remote and deep in the mountains, making it difficult for mortals to enter. Moreover, the place was wide and flat enough, at least a few thousand square meters. Although Yu Qianshou had heard of Baikong's mountain-building movement from Wenrui and Nongzhu, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Oh my! This expert in the late stage of soul formation was really something. Not to mention creating the world. He still had the ability to collapse the mountains and split the earth. Originally, there were only about 300 cultivators from the palace. Now, that cultivators from the Yang City came to make up the number had increased by almost 10 times, almost 3,000 people. Their cultivation levels were high and low. There were many in the Foundation establishment stage, and it seemed that there were also many in the late stage of tribulation passing. This remote mountain suddenly became bustling with noise and excitement. The cultivators from the Yang City didn't know about it, so they found their acquaintances from the palace. After asking about the cause of the matter, they were all furious. In an instant, there was a wave of angry voices scolding Yu Qianshou in the remote mountain. "Scold slowly. I won't lose a piece of flesh." Yu Qianshou still looked as if he was facing thousands of fingers. When faced with such a situation, the best choice was to not speak. Previously, he couldn't even win against 300 people. Now, there was no need to even mention it when it was 1 against 3,000. Therefore, he let them scold. That was the best choice. Nongzhu looked around happily, clicking her tongue nonstop. What a spectacular scene. He was being scolded by 3,000 people at the same time. When he returned, he must tell Bai Chongqun about this unique scene and let him know that the disciple of the world's #1 expert was indeed extraordinary. Presumably, old Bai would turn pale with fright. Hibiscus looked at her surroundings. It was as if she was a small boat in the middle of a raging storm. The huge waves around her could come crashing over at any time and swallow Yu Qianshou in one gulp. He then looked at the sneering Yu Qianshou. His expression was filled with disdain. There was not a hint of panic or fear on his face. She suddenly had an epiphany. This man's life must have been filled with danger and excitement. He must have been used to ups and downs. Compared to her peaceful life on Fuxin Island, it was completely different. With the two soul formation stage experts holding the fort, although the scolding got louder and louder, it didn't cause any trouble. Several hundred square meters of space gradually emptied out. There were only 4 people left in the center: Yu Qianshou, Yin Feng, Wu Yinkai, and Yuan Tonghai. A trace of fierceness flashed across Yu Qianshou's face. He swung his hand and threw the storage pouch at the feet of Wenrui and Nongzhu. The person standing in the middle was none other than Furong. Immediately after, the other 3 people also threw their storage pouches over. People kept shouting, "Beat him to death! Kill him!" Yu Qianshou looked around and took out 2 items from the storage pouch with both hands. 2 black machetes that were almost 2 meters long appeared again. They were held in his left and right hands and were very eye-catching. Once the 2 machetes were taken out, the scolding stopped, and everyone started whispering to each other. The topic of discussion was the saber-drawing assembly that they had heard of. These 2 machetes should be the 2 legendary treasured machetes. They didn't expect this guy to be carrying them with him all this time. In an instant, all kinds of greedy expressions appeared in many people's eyes. Just like when Yu Qianshou killed Ding Wei. When Ding Wei died, his blue flying knife was picked up by Yu Qianshou. No one said anything. If anyone could kill Yu Qianshou, then his 2 treasured machetes. Yin Feng's eyes narrowed. He heard that Yin Feng, who went to China, died under these machetes. The other 2 people looked at the machetes with burning eyes. It was a pity that there were only 2 machetes. It was destined that one of them wouldn't be able to get it. Yin Feng slowly took out an iron-colored whip that was rolled up together. Yu Qianshou glanced at it. It seemed like the Shoshui country's rumor sect was most proficient in using whips. Back then, the senior and junior brothers with the surname Yin who died in the 100 Flowers Valley used whips. It seemed like this person's whip wasn't as long as the other 3's, but it looked much longer. Wu Yinkai used a flying sword. Yuan Tonghai used a bow and arrows. It was a blood-red longbow, and even the bowstring was red. It was unknown what it was made of. A quiver was slung on his back, and the arrows inside were also blood-red. Yu Qianshou was a little surprised. There were people who used bows and arrows as artifacts. What if the arrows in the quiver ran out? Now, he really felt the difference between the cultivation world of various countries and the cultivation world of China. The latter almost all used flying swords, while the former used all kinds of strange weapons. The 4 people he met today all had different weapons. Luckily, I can wield machete too. Mi Russian saw that they were in position and said expressionlessly, "We'll start here. Everyone, let's begin." The moment he said that, Yin Feng and the other 2 dodged and surrounded Yu Qianshou. Yu Qianshou waved his 2 machetes and shouted, "Watch out for my machete." He quickly chased after Yin Feng. He had fought with people from Rumor Sect in the 100 Flowers Valley and was experienced in dealing with people who used whips. As for the others, they didn't know what was going on. Yin Feng waved his hand, and a whip that was tens of meters long coiled around the charging Yu Qianshou. It seemed like he wanted to trap Yu Qianshou. "Chop!" Yu Qianshou shouted and slashed with his machete. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from behind him. It sounded very imposing and powerful. He didn't even need to look to know that one of the other 2 had made a move. He didn't have time to deal with the whip. Without a second word, he quickly dodged to the side. Using the opportunity to flip in midair, he saw that it was Wu Yinkai's flying sword. Cultivators cultivated flying swords because they were easier to control than most weapons. Furthermore, they were very nimble. Indeed, the moment Yu Qianshou dodged, the flying sword turned and shot over without stopping. At the same time, Yin Feng's whip also whistled over. Yu Qianshou was still in midair when he saw Yuan Tonghai pulling out 3 arrows from the quiver on his back. He knocked them all and shot them out. The 3 arrows shot out at the same time, leaving a trail of blood in the air as they crossed each other. Damn! The arrow was even curved. Yu Qianshou shouted again. Watch out for my treasured saber." Before he landed on the ground, he used the saber in his right hand to meet the incoming whip. At the same time, he used the saber in his left hand to cut it. Dang! Pooh! 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 The long whip that was circling over broke into 5 or 6 pieces. Yin Feng was startled and did not dare to send out the remaining whip. At the same time, Wu Yinkai fell a heartache. His flying sword was also broken into 2 by the saber. It fell to the ground and became 2 pieces of scrap metal. It couldn't fly anymore. There was an uproar outside the arena. These 2 treasured sabers were too sharp. They cut the sword and the whip like they were cutting tofu. Weapons that could be used by cultivators in the Tribulation Realm weren't the Dharma artifacts of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the weapons in the hands of these 3 people were indeed Dharma treasures. Instantly, everyone stared at the 2 treasured sabers with even more fervor. This was because they had verified that they were indeed rare treasures. Yu Qianqiu wasn't in the mood to care about what the people outside the arena thought. He still had to deal with the 3 incoming arrows. The saber was big enough. Once he landed on the ground, he put the 2 sabers together and used them as a shield. Dang, dang, dang. Although the flying sword blocked the arrows, Yu Qianqiu slid more than 10 meters away from the impact. A straight line immediately appeared on the soft ground. Nongzhu shook her head slightly. This was the difference in cultivation. It was a flaw that couldn't be made up for. Yu Qianqiu's arms were numb from the impact. He almost let go of the 2 sabers. However, the 3 arrows that were also sent flying spun in the air and fell straight back into the quiver on Yuan Tonghai's back. Damn it! What kind of lousy arrows are they? They can go home by themselves. Yu Qianqiu shook his arm and rushed towards Yin Feng again. Who asked Yin Ji to threaten me? If I don't kill you first, who else can I kill? This time, he learned his lesson. A flying sword flew out from his sleeve. When he jumped up, the flying sword immediately carried him and rushed towards Yin Ji. Why do you keep staring at me? Wu Yinkai doesn't have anything in his hands, and you don't want to go. Yin Feng was speechless. He casually swung his broken whip and stabbed it straight towards Yu Qianqiu like a javelin. Wu Yinkai and Yuan Tonghai naturally wouldn't leave Yin Feng alone. They couldn't let Yu Qianqiu deal with one and then turn around to deal with them. Wu Yinkai took out another flying sword from his storage bag. Although it wasn't as good as the previous one, it was still useful. Yuan Tonghai grabbed an arrow and knocked it. Nobody knew how he used it, but 7 or 8 blood shadow lines shot out. Go to hell! Yu Qianqiu roared and threw the 2 treasured sabers into his storage bag. He realized that although the treasured sabers were easy to use, they weren't very practical. He had to rush up and slash. It was fine to use them against people with similar cultivation, but it was more suitable for sneak attacks against people with higher cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get close to them. He kept the sabers and flew up into the sky on his sword, avoiding the 3's attacks. Wu Yinkai and the other 2 nodded at each other and quickly shot up into the sky, chasing after them. The surrounding spectators immediately cheered. Furong clasped her hands together nervously. Nongzhu glanced at her and said, "Don't worry. This brat has many trump cards. He hasn't used any of them yet. He won't die." When Rue tilted his head and looked, he didn't expect Nongzhu to be so confident in Yu Qianqiu. Just in time, Yu Qianqiu stopped in the air and sneered. "I was afraid that the 3 of you would scatter too far, and I wouldn't be able to catch up. It's best if you come together." He turned around and dove down. His sleeve swelled up, and an endless stream of green shadows flashed out. In an instant, thousands of flying swords appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth as they flew towards the 3 people below. The momentum of the thunderous sword rain made the surrounding people dumbfounded. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe that someone could actually control thousands of swords at the same time? So many flying swords. The 3 people who were chasing after them were dumbfounded at first. Then, they were scared out of their wits. They realized that they had fallen into a trap. They hurriedly stopped and split up without saying a word, fleeing in panic. However, with their cultivation, their flying speed wasn't fast enough to outrun the flying swords. Moreover, They were lured by Yu Qianshou and then attacked so suddenly. How could they escape so easily? Chapter 492. The sudden turn of events stunned the people who had been cheering loudly just now. Yu Qianshou put his palms together in front of his chest and controlled the thousands of flying swords to chase in 3 different directions. Qin Yaoyao's sword shadows rushed forward and quickly caught up to the 3. In the face of danger, the 3 released their protective aura at the same time and temporarily blocked the flying sword's attack. The flying swords in the air formed 3 green thorny balls. Yu Qianshou glanced at them and opened his palms. 3 black shadows shot out and directly entered the flying swords that formed the balls. Up! 3 screams sounded in the air. The people below thought, "It's over." Yu Qianshou waved his arms, and the thousands of flying swords rushed back into his sleeves. 3 flying swords carried 3 storage bags and sent them to him. For cultivators who could casually take out 1,000,000, the items in their storage bags would probably not be too bad, so he naturally had to accept them. The 3 corpses fell from the sky. This place was newly excavated, so the soil was very soft. The 3 corpses smashed out half a deep pit and were embedded in the ground. This time, he didn't destroy the corpses. He wanted to intimidate everyone and tell everyone that 3 early-stage tribulation-passing cultivators have been killed by him. In the future, those nascent soul cultivators shouldn't bark in front of me. Furong covered her mouth in shock. The man who grew spirit herbs with her in Wanfen Garden had actually become so powerful. In the blink of an eye, he killed 3 early-stage tribulation-passing cultivators. The grand scene of the thousands of flying swords shocked her even more. He was as mighty as a god. The flying swords flew straight down. Once they landed, the flying swords bounced up and went into his sleeves. Everyone's eyes stared at his sleeves. There were so many flying swords inside. Could it be that there were 2 storage bags tied inside? Yu Qianshou picked up the storage bags at Furong's feet. After putting them away, he strode back to the center of the field and said loudly, "Who else is unconvinced? I still stand by my words. Those who can take out the money can come and compete with me. There's no limit to the number of people." As he said this, he waved his hand and pointed in a half circle. "If you can afford it, it's fine if you all come at me together." Then he pointed at me Russian and said, "Those who are capable but don't have the money, you can find Great Minister me to solve the problem. He has already borrowed money once before. I believe he won't favor one over another and look down on others." Me Russian stared coldly at him. Even though he did not say anything, the faint murderous intent around him could be felt by the people standing nearby. Yu Qianshou glanced at him and sneered. "Now that I've revealed my 2 treasured sabers, I don't believe that no one will covet them. I want to see how much money your Illumination Peak has to lend out. I want to see if you'll lend it out or not. It's not easy to offend people, especially if he offended a lot of people. At the same time, it would be a headache if one family did not return the money, but if everyone did not return the money together, it would be infuriating." The people around them were whispering to each other. Yu Qianshou waited for a while and shouted, "Is there no one here? If no one comes, then I'll leave." As he spoke, he began to walk back. "Wait!" Almost a dozen people shouted at the same time. Yu Qianshou turned his head and saw a group of people discussing something. Then they all nodded. "Oh my!" More than 50 people walked out together. The leader pointed at him and said, "Yu Qianshou, you said it yourself that it's fine if you all come at me together. I have 58 people here. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Damn it! Is there someone in the soul transformation stage hiding here?" Yu Qianshou glanced at this group of people and then felt relieved. With Nongzhu here, it was impossible that she would not say anything even if she saw someone in the soul transformation stage. Although Nongzhu always contradicted him, she would not act recklessly on some major issues. Even if she did not give face to him, she would give face to her master. I, Yu Qianshou, am famous in the Huaxia cultivation world for being a man of my words. What I say is like spilled water. I can't take it back. You can doubt anything, but don't doubt my credibility. Yu Qianshou patted his chest loudly and said, "Of course, no matter how many of you come, I can't miss a piece of spirit stones." 58 people, 58 million upper-level spirit stones. If you miss a piece, I won't accompany you. The group of people looked at each other, nodded, and walked to me Russian together. Before they could speak, me Russian's usually calm face was already twitching. He didn't need to ask to guess the intentions of these people to borrow spirit stones. Sure enough, the group of people bowed in unison. The leader cupped his hands and said, "High Priest, we only have about 8 million upper-grade spirit stones on us. We hope that High Priest can lend us 50 million upper-grade spirit stones. We will definitely return it to you." His tone was very firm, as if it was not difficult to return the money. They probably thought that this time they had more people, they would definitely win. Once Yuchincho heard this, it would be lively if everyone cooperated to borrow money. Once this kind of money was lent out, if there were 1 or 2 people who did not acknowledge the debt, then the money could not be recovered. Everyone would definitely push the blame to each other, unless everyone was self-conscious. But this kind of hope was very slim. When it came to the matter of returning the money, everyone would first shrink back and wait to see if the other party would return the money. If the other party did return the money, then it would be fine. It seemed that the chain reaction of waiting and watching was to wait and see. If the other party did not return the money, why should I return the money? In Yuchincho's previous life, when he had just started out in the business world, he had helped people collect their debts. Many bosses had encountered such a group of scoundrels, and after going through all sorts of trouble, they still couldn't collect their money. That was why they would look for people like him to forcibly collect their debts. Similar things were common, so Yuchincho was happy. Me Russian frowned slightly, as if he also felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Yuchincho shout loudly, "Since you want to borrow money, can you be more sincere? Bow. Bow more deeply. Don't make it seem like they have to lend you money." If it were me, I would only say one thing: I don't have that much money with me, and I won't lend it to you. More than 50 people looked back at the same time, and the leader snorted coldly. "This is our business. You don't need to worry about it." "Ha! I am a dog catching mice. Meddling in other people's business. You guys continue." Yuchincho waved his hand and said cheerfully. Nongju, who was quite familiar with his character, couldn't help but laugh. This guy was too bad. He just wouldn't let go of Hua Zoming's people. At that time, she was afraid that if she couldn't get the money back, it would be equivalent to throwing it away for nothing. Even if she could get the money back, it would cause complaint from the other families, and they would blame him for lending money to these people to die. Nongju didn't think that these people would definitely be able to take advantage of Yuchincho just because they had the advantage in numbers. From the faintly discernible murderous aura between this guy's eyebrows, it could be seen that this guy seemed to have made up his mind to start massacre. Perhaps he was determined to make things big today. Sigh. It seemed that those old things had forced this guy to do something desperate. This guy was going to use force. Me Russian looked at Yuchincho, and a hint of fierceness flashed across his eyes, but quickly disappeared. He really wanted to say something like that to tactfully refuse, but Yuchincho exposed his secret in advance and immediately fell into an impasse. There was a trap in front and behind him. Even if he borrowed it, it would still be a trap. If he didn't borrow it, he would fall right into the trap just now, and he didn't know what this group of people would think. It's not that I don't want to lend it, but I don't have many spiritual stones on me. Only about 3 million left. How can I take out 50 million? Moreover, I've never carried so many spiritual stones on me before. You can't expect me to go back to Guangguang Peak to get it now, can you? He then took out a storage bag and handed it to them. If it can help you, then take it. The 50 people looked at each other, not knowing whether to take it or not, and immediately began to discuss with each other. Damn it, old people really aren't vegetarians. They're like a lizard cutting off its tail to survive, sacrificing the pawn to save the rook. Yuchincho silently cursed. After me Russian did this, no one else would ask to borrow from him in the future. The group still borrowed the 3 million, and then everyone began to shake out their storage bags, gathering spiritual stones there. A group of cultivators with decent cultivation. For the money for a fight, they actually needed more than 50 people to come together. In the imperial sky, Queen Earth, The mountain wind blew gently. Under the gaze of thousands of people, the 58 people, including the old and the strong, all dug into their storage bags. That scene made many people's hearts ache. Yu Qinshu was stunned for a while. Even he himself felt that he couldn't watch it anymore. If he continued to watch, he might not be able to kill them later. Of the original 58 people, 47 left under Yu Qinshu's dumbfounded expression, and the remaining 11 seemed to be the ones with the highest cultivation. It seemed that they felt that they had a better chance of winning the fight. Nongzhu's voice immediately sounded in Yu Qinshu's ears. Among these 11 people, 6 are at the early stage of passing calamity, and the rest are at the late stage of gathering vitality. Be careful, kid. The leader, carrying a storage bag, walked to Wenrui, respectfully bowed, and then put the storage bag at Wenrui's feet, then turned around and walked back. Wenrui suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. The scene of gathering spiritual stones was really a bit sad. He suddenly felt that he was one of the main culprits. He turned around and took a look at Nongzhu, but the latter was blinking her eyes and trying to hold back her laughter. After that person returned to his original position, he waved his hand at Yu Qinshu, who was in a daze, and shouted, "Where's your 1,000,000 upper spiritual stones?" Yu Qinshu came to his senses, trotted to Wenrui, squatted on the ground, took out a storage bag, put down his own, and picked up the one that was put by the person just now. When that person saw this, he was about to open his mouth to ask what he was doing, but found that this guy squatted on the ground and seemed to be counting the spiritual stones in the storage bag. The person opened his mouth to say something, but he swallowed it back. It was not wrong for Wenrui to check whether there were fewer spiritual stones in the storage bag. What could he say? If he went to check, Yu Qinshu would also have nothing to say. He is also a person with a master's background. He will not leave you out in public. Wenrui really could not stand it anymore, and could not help but say, "That's not necessarily true. The more famous a family is, the more they like to do despicable and shameless things. 8 million is not a small number." When Yu Qinshu said this, he also finished counting the spiritual stones, nodded and said, "That's a good number." Nongzhu could not help but ridicule. "Kid, aren't you a little too explicit? Don't you feel ashamed?" Yu Qinshu replied with a look that said it's none of your business, then immediately waved to the 11 people and said, "Let's start." Then he took out a flying sword from his sleeve, stepped on it, and flew straight to the sky, this time flying very high. Chapter 493. Wenrui looked at Nongzhu in confusion. It was incredible that a cultivator in the Yuanying realm dared to be rude to a cultivator in the middle stage of Huashan realm again and again. The strangest thing was that Nongzhu didn't seem to take it seriously, especially when Yu Qinshu was facing Huazongming and the others. It seemed that he didn't care about a group of cultivators in the Huashan realm at all. Yu Qinshu's background made Wenrui deeply suspicious, and this was not the first time. The 11 cultivators quickly took out their weapons and chased up into the sky. However, as soon as they reached Midair, they spread out into a circle and surrounded him as they chased after him. Obviously, after seeing what happened to the 3 people in front of them, they were afraid of Yu Qinshu's thunderous sword rain, so they didn't dare to chase him directly. Instead, they scattered and surrounded him. The wind blew the clouds. Yu Qinshu stopped in the sky and stared at the people who were chasing him. He said to himself, "Kind people will be bullied, and kind horses will be ridden. If I don't scare you today, I'm afraid that in the future, everyone will want to fight with me. Who can deal with them? It seems that my master's method of frightening the demon realm is worth learning. I should use thunderous methods to frighten ghosts and monsters. Kill." He grabbed 2 yellow talismans in his hands and threw them out. A series of explosions sounded in the sky, and thick smoke rolled and spread, covering Yu Qinshu. He used the smoke talisman. The 11 people who were chasing him stopped and didn't dare to move forward rashly. After a while, the wind in the sky became stronger, and the spreading smoke gradually dispersed. Yu Qinshu's figure appeared again in the sky on his sword. The 11 people looked at each other from afar. They didn't know what was going on, but they didn't dare to act recklessly. They didn't know what tricks Yu Qinshu was playing. The thousands of people who were watching the battle looked at each other and didn't understand what Yu Qianzhou meant. Nongzhu pinched her chin and frowned. What tricks is he playing now? Yu Qianzhou, who was in the air, stared blankly at the dispersing smoke for a while. Then he muttered to himself with an awkward expression, "Damn, how could I forget that the wind is too strong at high altitudes?" Originally, he wanted to set up a smoke screen in the air and then use his advantage of being able to control 1,000 swords to launch a sneak attack. Who knew that as soon as the smoke screen appeared, it would be blown away by the strong wind at high altitudes? Even he had fooled himself, let alone others. Unless it was a roundworm in his stomach, no one would be able to guess what he was playing at. Yu Qianzhou glanced at the 11 people who were biding their time. "What are you guys so nervous about?" At this moment, a white cloud came along with the wind and covered his figure once again. When the white cloud floated past, Yu Qianzhou revealed a look of realization. He patted his forehead and casually took out 2 smoke talismans. After a series of explosions, the smoke spread again in an instant and enveloped him. Others could not see what was happening inside, but he opened his arms in the smoke, and thick white fog gushed out from his body. Everyone found that after the smoke was blown away by the wind again, a white cloud appeared in the sky. The white cloud surged and expanded continuously. Gradually, it spread nearly a kilometer in the air before stopping. To everyone's surprise, all the surrounding white clouds were drifting with the wind, but this one was the only one that stayed in the air. Such a strange thing, everyone knew without guessing that it was Yu Qianzhou's doing. Even Nongzhu, who was below, looked up and was stunned. She said, "Is there anything that this guy can't do? He can actually make clouds?" Last time, the miraculous method of making flowers and trees wither with the passage of time had already made him feel that it was incredible. Now that he had played with something new, it was an eye-opener for him. It was not difficult to evaporate water into mist, but the difficult part was to turn the mist into a cloud and not disperse. Hibiscus opened her small mouth in surprise. This man was like the sea, hiding many unknown things that needed time to slowly uncover. Yu Qianzhou hid in the clouds and chuckled. Just now, using the smoke to create a diversion was really unnecessary. It was the white cloud that floated past him that reminded him. White clouds were formed by water. He could control the water art, and he could also create clouds and rain. It was not difficult to make cloud. Hence, he created a pile of it. There was another advantage to the clouds that he created, and that was because it was formed by his water art. It was not something that could be dispersed by the wind. It was completely under his control. Yu Qianzhou opened his arms in the clouds and found a little of the feeling of being an immortal. Every tiny drop of water that formed this cloud seemed to be a part of his body. He knew every movement in every place like the back of his hand. In this sea of clouds, he was the master. Nothing could escape his eyes. This feeling was too wonderful. Master was right. Indeed, the one who uses it well is invincible. Yu Qianzhou clicked his tongue in admiration. He knew that because of this unintentional action, he would have another method to deal with his enemies in the future. In the future, whether it was to investigate the enemy's situation or when escaping, turning water into mist would be a very good method of concealment. Yu Qianzhou's savage laughter came from the clouds. "A bunch of trash, come at me." He was insulting them in public. The expressions of the 11 people changed. After waiting for a while, the leader scolded them for being cowards. Then he shouted to the others, "Let's work together and disperse this cloud. Let's see where he can hide then." The 11 people cautiously approached the edge of the cloud. They were probably still a little afraid that the lightning sword rain would suddenly emerge from the cloud. Yu Qianzhou closed his eyes and felt the movement in this space. After waiting for a while, they didn't discover any strange movements. The 11 people took out all kinds of weapons and madly stirred the cloud. However, no matter how many changes you stirred or how many thousands of strands you pulled out, it would slowly float back. It was impossible to disperse it. Someone was so angry that he released his flying sword into the cloud and shot it randomly. With someone taking the lead, everyone else took out their own weapons and madly attacked the cloud. Yu Qianqiu crossed his arms in front of his chest. With a smile on his face, he stepped on the sword and didn't even bother to open his eyes. He leisurely dodged the attacks. This was his world. In this world, no matter how fast your flying sword was, where it came from, where it was going, and where it was moving, it would all appear clearly in his mind. As long as he dodged in advance, he would be able to evade it effortlessly. The 11 people madly attacked for a long time, but they didn't hear any reaction from inside. However, they didn't dare to go deep into the cloud. No one wanted to face the scene of thousands of swords. The leaders shouted angrily, "Yu Qianqiu, if you have the guts, come out and fight openly. You're a pig brain. You have the nerve to say that you want to fight openly when 11 of you are fighting me alone." Yu Qianqiu's sneer came from inside. Everyone listened to the sound and determined the location. They took out their mystic tools and attacked the place where the sound came from. As a result, their mystic tools collided with each other. A series of rumbling noises came from inside, shaking the cloud. After recalling their mystic tools, Yu Qianqiu sneered again, "A bunch of cowardly rats." The voice came from another location. The 11 of them attacked at the same time, but once again, they missed. So Yu Qianqiu kept mocking him. The 11 people took turns to attack, but every time they missed, Yu Qianqiu's voice would change to another place and continue to sneer. After a while, someone suddenly shouted, "Everyone, release your divine sense and search. Let's see where he can run to." Everyone cheered and did as they said. Yu Qianqiu secretly sneered after hearing that. He finally reacted. "I'm waiting." With a flick of his sleeves, hundreds of black shadows drilled into the sea of clouds. Once the 11 people's divine sense entered the sea of clouds, they couldn't help but think that it was a close shave. There was a black flying sword hanging in the air every few days. No wonder this guy hid inside and refused to come out. As everyone expected, he wanted to lure everyone in for a sneak attack. But the strange thing was, when everyone released their mystic tools to attack, why didn't they touch these flying swords? Everyone used their divine sense to check these black flying swords, but they didn't find anything special. Their divine sense continued to spread inside. Yu Qianqiu closed his eyes to feel the movements of the 11 divine senses in the clouds. When they were deep inside, his eyes suddenly opened. The hundreds of flying swords instantly released the power of the black fire and shot towards the 11 divine senses. Actually, he understood the power of the black fire. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the mystical fire that separated the yin and yang realms. Ever since he got it, he had been suppressing its use and never abused it, because he knew that the trump card was to be used as a trump card. He couldn't always take it out to show off. Otherwise, it wouldn't have the miraculous effect of killing. Unless it was a critical moment, he would never take it out and use it openly. Occasionally, he would use it for a while. In an instant, the sky was filled with cries of grief. That kind of unforgettable, soul-burning pain was unbearable for anyone. The sound was so miserable that even the people below had goosebumps when they heard it. The people who were watching the battle with their heads raised were shocked by the screams. They saw the cloud in the sky suddenly expand and engulf the 11 people in an instant. Soon, the screams disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They all knew that the 11 people were probably finished. What puzzled everyone was that those people were still fine outside the cloud. So why did they suddenly curl up into a ball and let out such miserable wails? What the hell happened? Yu Qianqiu stood quietly in the cloud. The 11 twisted corpses had been turned into beehives by the flying swords. The flying swords stabbed the corpses in front of him and cut off the storage pouches hanging from the waist of the 11 corpses. He raised his palm, and hundreds of flying swords drilled out of the corpses and returned to his sleeve. Losing their support, the 11 corpses fell from the clouds with a whoosh. Yu Qianqiu watched them leave. He put his palms together and chanted, "Amit Ba, I really didn't want you to reveal my secret, so I killed you. Excellent, excellent." The people below saw the 11 figures fall quickly. Pa, pa. They were embedded in the soft ground. There were already 14 corpses on the ground. The group of people looked at each other silently. Chapter 494. Although Furong had been cultivating for many years, it was the first time she saw someone kill someone. Moreover, it was Yu Qianqiu who shared the same bed with her. He killed one person in the Imperial Palace, and now he killed 14 people here. Especially those shrill screams just now. It made her hands and feet feel a little numb. Nongzhu noticed her abnormality. From her eyes, which were as pure as her own daughter's, she saw a frightened expression. She frowned slightly and thought to herself, I don't know where Yu Qianqiu kidnapped this girl from. It seems that she has never seen the world. How can he take her to walk in this kind of environment? No wonder that guy asked me to bring her back. Ouch! A long howl came from the ninth heaven, which attracted everyone's attention. They saw Yu Qianqiu jump out of the white clouds, riding on his flying sword and descending rapidly. As soon as he came out, the big cloud began to fluctuate. It was wrinkled by the wind, changed shape, and slowly drifted away. The flying sword fell rapidly from the sky. When it was close to the ground, it suddenly drew an arc and threw its head up. Yu Qianqiu jumped up in the air, somersaulted a few times, and landed steadily on the ground. The flying sword made a cyan arc and went into his sleeve with a swoosh. Yu Qianqiu strode to Wenrui's feet and picked up the 2 storage bags in front of everyone's eyes. Then he walked back to the field with the bags in his hand. He glanced around coldly, raised the storage bags in his hand, and shouted with unyielding fighting spirit, Who else is not convinced? Yu Qianqiu will fight with you anytime. The crowd moved and whispered to each other. Although they were indignant, no one dared to act rashly after witnessing the fate of more than 10 people. Especially the 47 people who retreated before. They secretly thought that they were lucky to escape. The original infant stage people in the crowd all looked at the crossing calamity stage people. No one answered. Yu Qianqiu raised the storage bags and shouted again. Where are the people who shouted before? Who else is not convinced? Yu Qianqiu will fight with you anytime. Young man, you've already killed so many people. Why are you still so overbearing? A voice rang out, and a commotion broke out among the crowd in the south, opening up a path. An old man in a homespun long gown walked out. He first bowed to Nongzhu and Wenrui, and then walked to the opposite of Yu Qianqiu. He had a few strands of mustache and was neither fat nor thin. His complexion was rosy and his eyes were shining brightly. He had the appearance of a Taoist master. Yu Qianqiu snorted coldly. You only see me being aggressive, but have you ever seen others being aggressive towards me? My original intention was to travel around the various countries without any other intentions. Who would have thought that Hua Zongming, Yin Ji, and the other deity severing experts would force me into a corner, forcing me to say such a big lie? He pointed at the crowd and continued in a stern voice. In the Imperial Palace, more than 300 cultivators from various countries forced me to fight. Now that I've suffered a loss, it's me being aggressive. What kind of logic is this? The old man stroked his mustache and said indifferently, I don't care about what happened before, but you've earned enough fame. You'd better stop and leave this place. Go back to your Huaxia cultivation world. Yu Qianqiu looked him up and down, then laughed wildly. Who do you think you are? Yin Ji said he wouldn't let me leave alive. Do you dare to deny Yin Ji's words? Then I'd like to ask, what's your cultivation level? Can it be higher than Yin Ji's? If your cultivation level is higher than Yin Ji's, and you can let me leave safely, I'll listen to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Nongzhu's voice sounded in his ears. Young man, restrain yourself. This person is called Chu Dingfang. You can't afford to offend him. He's a disciple of Hu Changshou, a deity severing late-stage cultivator who is as famous as Yin Baikong. His cultivation level has already reached the late stage of tribulation. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Don't you know that I hate people who take advantage of their seniority? I've already said it. How can I take it back? Yu Qianqiu tilted his head and looked at Nongzhu, who was smiling slyly. He cursed in his heart. This bastard is doing this on purpose. However, he was calm in his heart. He didn't plan to go back halfway. How could he be scared off by someone so easily? Moreover, his master's reputation was much higher than his master's. Wasn't like he couldn't beat him, so why should he be afraid of him? It didn't make sense. Chu Dingfang's expression was uncertain. His cultivation level was indeed not as high as Yin Ji's, but with his background, if he wanted to send Yu Qianzhou out, Yin Ji wouldn't dare to do anything to him. The key was that Yu Qianzhou had said this. If he made a decision now, it would be the same as going against Yin Ji. The power of Yin Ji, Hua Zhongming, and the others was not small. When the time came, his master would probably punish him in order to save Yin Ji's face. He would take it as an explanation to Yin Ji. Chu Dingfang immediately became angry from embarrassment. He changed the topic and said, I heard that you claim to be the most powerful cultivator below the soul formation stage. Yu Qianzhou waved his hand and pointed at the 14 bodies on the ground. He said proudly, for now, that is the truth. I heard that any cultivator below the soul formation stage can fight with you if he can take out 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. Chu Dingfang's tone was aggressive. Yu Qianzhou sneered and didn't say anything. He took a storage bag with 11,000,000 top-grade spirit stones and threw another one to Wen Rui. He was telling Wen Rui to do whatever he wanted with his actions. Chu Dingfang took out a storage bag with cold eyes and threw it to Wen Rui without turning his head. Nongzhu looked at the storage bag on the ground and calculated. This guy had killed 15 people, which was equivalent to 15,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. If this job was done well, even a spirit stone mine with a high output would not be able to mine so many spirit stones in a year, right? Nongzhu looked at the storage bag on Chu Dingfang's waist, and her eyes lit up. If this guy could get that storage bag, he would make a fortune today. You asked for it. Don't blame anyone else. Chu Dingfang said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. Nongzhu's pupils shrank, and her heart skipped a beat. There was a huge difference between the early stage and the late stage of the tribulation stage. Teleportation. Yu Qianzhou was greatly alarmed, but he reacted quickly. At the same time that the other party disappeared, he leaped up without a care for anything else. With a roar, he opened his arms, and a fierce blue fire burst out at a speed that could devour everything. It was to defend against the attack from an unknown direction. The exploding blue fire made people around exclaim. It was the first time for them to see someone who could contain so many flames in his body. Moreover, they were blue flames. The majestic and unparalleled heat waves rushed around in an instant. Those with low cultivation could not resist it at all and fled in panic. Nongzhu did not say anything. She pointed out a light ball and wrapped hibiscus in it. She couldn't let Yu Qianzhou be distracted now. Wen Rui also released a light ball to protect Wen Bai. Just as Yu Qianzhou leaped into the air, Chu Dingfang suddenly appeared just a step away from where he had been standing. She waved her palm and wanted to slap him, but she realized that she had hit nothing but air. Chu Dingfang looked up and suddenly saw a wave of hot and crazy blue flame pressing down on her face. She was shocked. The protective upstanding qi rushed out quickly. However, the terrible temperature that came with it kept pressing through the transparent, protective upstanding qi, wave after wave higher than the previous one. Chu Dingfang was shocked. Now it was not a question of whether to fight back or not, but to get out of this frighteningly hot sea of fire first. He had never seen a flame that he could not resist for a while with his cultivation. The spherical protective upstanding qi wrapped around him and quickly slid away from the ground, leaving a deep ditch on the spot. As soon as he got out of the raging blue flame sea, he heard a roar coming from the monstrous flames. Watch my blade. Chu Dingfang abruptly turned her head and saw Yu Qianzhou chasing out of the raging flames on a green flying sword. He was holding a large black saber in both hands, and his face was full of anger. He jumped up from the flying sword like a god of death and slashed at Chu Dingfang's protective aura. So fierce. Everyone was deeply shocked by the incomparable scene of Yu Qianzhou rushing out of the sea of fire. Two words emerged in their minds: fierce and unafraid of death. Furong's eyes were full of shock. This scene was too shocking for someone like her, who was psychologically close to a weak woman. Wen Bai, who had been dissatisfied with Yu Qianzhou deceiving him, at this moment, had no resentment at all. Just the momentum of his appearance was undeniable. Generally, even a Yuaning late-stage cultivator could only run away when he saw a Yuaning late-stage cultivator. But this guy actually turned around and chased after a Yuaning late-stage cultivator with a broadsword. He rushed up and slashed at them. Nongzhu, on the other hand, was beaming with joy. She kept clicking her tongue, hiss. The big black broadsword slashed down, and the protective upstanding chi was like a thin piece of paper. Chu Dingfang was scared out of his wits. The blade almost brushed past the tip of his nose. This broadsword was a little too long. He thought that his protective upstanding chi could completely block this broadsword, and he could take Yu Qianzhou's life with a backhand. He was just waiting for Yu Qianzhou to pounce on him. Who knew that this would be the result? The most terrifying thing was that he was clearly burning just now, but when the broadsword broke through, he immediately felt like he was thrown into an ice cave. There was also the heart-palpitating aura that came head-on, as if he had instantly arrived at hell on earth. Little did he know that Yu Qianzhou was also very regretful. If he had been a little more courageous just now and pounced forward a little more, he might have been able to chop this old bastard alive with this broadsword. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world, but it still gave him courage, and he waved his broadsword and roared. Meeting on a narrow path, the brave one wins. His voice was loud enough to shake the surroundings, as if he was afraid that people did not know how brave he was. Chu Dingfang was shocked for a moment and frantically dodged, not knowing how to quickly teleport away. Yu Qianzhou chased after him, raising his broadsword with both hands and slashing wildly. That unstoppable spirit caused Chu Dingfang to be in danger again and again. In fact, Chu Dingfang was confused by the aura on the broadsword and could not react for a moment. Behind Yu Qianzhou, there was a surging green sea of fire chasing after him. In the sea of fire, there were also some green, faintly discernible flying swords flashing in and out. In addition, Yu Qianzhou was holding a 2-meter-long big black broadsword that was taller than him, chasing after Chu Dingfang and slashing wildly. The fighting scene was enough to make everyone dumbfounded. Damn it, you asked for it. Yu Qianzhou himself did not know why Chu Dingfang was so easy to bully now, so he ignored it for the time being. Relying on the fierceness of the fire, the size of the broadsword, and the boldness, he raised his broadsword and chased after and slashed wildly. Chapter 495. The cyan light illuminated the surroundings, rendering the surroundings cyan. Yu Qianzhou wielded his broadsword like a windmill, while Chu Dingfang struggled to move forward. Those who were clamoring in the imperial palace felt a chill down their spines in the face of the rolling heat wave. Fortunately, they did not act rashly. It seemed that even if more than 300 people attacked Yu Qianzhou at the same time, they would not be able to get close to him. How dare they provoke him? Thinking about it, Ding Wei died unjustly. He fought with an opponent he could not defeat, but he died without leaving a corpse. When Rue looked at the brilliant cyan flame and said to Nongzhu, "Sir, I heard that Yu Qianzhou has a famous incantation in the cultivation world of Huaxia called Star Flame Incantation. Is it this incantation?" Nongzhu chuckled and replied, Probably. Furong and Wen Bai, who were standing aside, stared at her intently. The surrounding spectators remained silent. 2 old men in the crowd frowned deeply. One of them was dressed in black and the other in purple. After exchanging glances, the black-robed old man transmitted his voice. "Brother Yu, did you notice? Chu Dingfang seems to be a little off." "Yes, he seems to be in a trance." The purple-robed elder nodded and replied, "He seems to be bewitched by something. Let me have a try." The black-robed elder gathered his chi and shouted to Chu Dingfang with his sound-transmitting stick, "Brother Chu, wake up." Chu Dingfang, whose dodging speed was getting slower and slower, felt his eardrums buzzing. His whole body shook and his eyes flashed. Then he disappeared from the gap between the shadows of the broadswords. Nongzhu, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes and quickly glanced at the crowd. From Chu Dingfang's change, he knew that someone had secretly helped him. When Rue also frowned and looked around. In the cultivation world, there were rules in a duel. As long as one did not admit defeat or quit, others could not intervene. Such behavior was the most abominable. Once the rules were broken, someone had to uphold them. Everything was like this. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. Yu Qianqiu naturally sensed that something was amiss. He was slightly startled, and the hundreds of flying swords behind him rushed forward to cover their retreat. He quickly jumped onto a flying sword and dove back into the sea of fire. An angry scolding came from the sea of green flames. "Shut your grandma's mouth." Which son of AB*TCH interfered in the dark? Stand out if you have the guts. Just as he was about to succeed, someone suddenly interfered and ruined his plans. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. The purple-robed old man in the crowd frowned and said via voice transmission, "Brother Guan, aren't you going a little too far by breaking the rules?" The black-robed old man replied calmly, "Rules depend on who you're talking to. This kid is from the Chinese cultivation world, so he's our enemy. There's no need to talk about rules with him. Everyone should be punished." The onlookers also had some clues. With Yu Qianqiu's voice, everyone immediately understood that someone had interfered in the dark. Everyone was shaking their heads and searching. At least one thing was certain. The person who could transmit the voice must have cultivation above the crossing calamity stage. Therefore, everyone's eyes fell on the faces of the cultivators at the crossing calamity stage. However, transmission was elusive. It was difficult to find evidence except for the person involved. If the person involved didn't admit it, others couldn't do anything even if they guessed who it was. After all, there was no solid evidence. Nongzhu and Wenrui looked around. They looked at each other and shook their heads. There was nothing they could do. Suddenly, the two of them raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Their reaction attracted everyone's attention. They saw Chu Dingfang standing still in the air. Apparently, he was adjusting his body. Maybe his body was affected by something just now. After a long time, he slowly descended. A cold light flashed out of his storage bag. It flew around him for a few rounds and landed in his hand. It was a weapon that looked like a sword or a saber. It seemed like they were going to make a big move. The unusual atmosphere caused Yu Qianqiu to pop his head out of the sea of flames to look. When he discovered Chu Dingfang above him, he was just about to shrink back into the sea of flames when his gaze landed on Chu Dingfang's weapon. Ghost Blade? In this moment of delay, Chu Dingfang's eyes narrowed, and she immediately discovered him. He dashed toward Meng Qi. He shook the saber in his hand, and a huge shadow dozens of meters long appeared. The huge saber shadow slashed down at the sea of fire. Damn! Yu Qianqiu was slightly shocked. He quickly dove into the sea of fire to avoid it. The saber energy that came slashing down from the air stirred up a powerful gust of wind as it charged forward. With a loud boom, the sea of green flames that covered an area of several hundred square meters was struck to the bottom with one slash. Earth and rocks flew everywhere. The sea of fire that had been split into two was pushed to the sides by the strong wind. Why is the sky clear? Yu Qianqiu, who was hiding in the sea of fire, immediately revealed himself. At this moment, he was standing on the flying sword with a dumbfounded expression. He was holding a large saber as he stood there like a little wife who had been stripped naked and had suffered all kinds of grievances. There was a long and unforgettable trench on the ground. When the saber energy disappeared, Yu Qianqiu snapped out of his daze. He looked up and pointed his saber at Meng Qi. He shouted angrily, "Kill!" The sea of green fire that had been split into two instantly turned into two green fire dragons. They coiled in the air and pounced at Chu Dingfang with incomparable brilliance. Chu Dingfang smiled coldly. He quickly rose 100 meters into the air. He shook the saber in his hand, and a huge energy shadow appeared again. He moved his wrist quickly. In an instant, he stirred up a strong wind. The two fire dragons that were pouncing at him immediately lost their momentum. They spun rapidly in the strong wind and merged into a pillar of fire in the blink of an eye. Yu Qianqiu immediately sensed that blue fire was no longer under his control, so he gave up on resisting the powerful wind. His cultivation base was no match for Bluefire's. Forcibly resisting it would only result in him getting injured. Watch how I extinguish this pile of demonic fire of yours. Chu Dingfang laughed coldly in the air. Then he flew straight up into the sky. The huge saber energy in his hand moved continuously and formed a strong suction force. He pulled a pillar of fire into the sky. Based on his actions, it seemed like he wanted to draw the green fire into the sky and then disperse it in the air. He did not want to give Yu Qianqiu a chance to retract it. A toad yawning. How arrogant! Yu Qianqiu spat. Although he could not fight his opponent head-on with his cultivation base, his opponent's cultivation base was not strong enough to seal everything. His ability to summon the fire element was not to be trifled with. Even if he could not control it, he could still retract it. He swung his saber diagonally and steadied himself on the flying sword. He raised his palm and shouted, "Come back." A line of fire flowed out from the bottom of the rising fire dragon. The terminal was connected to Yu Qianqiu's palm. The moment the green fire touched his palm, it retracted even faster. Chu Dingfang was still flying up. In the end, he drew a green line of fire between the sky and the earth. Fortunately, it was not nighttime. Otherwise, even the commoners of the Yang city would be able to see it. Chu Dingfang looked a little strange. It was impossible for him to lose to a nascent soul cultivator with his cultivation base at the end of the tribulation passing stage. The huge saber energy turned into a shadow. Even the people on the ground a few hundred meters below reacted. Their clothes and hair were all sucked up. They had to circulate their energy to suppress it. However, this place was formed by the mountain peak that Imbaikong had destroyed. The new layer of soil on the surface was soft. Immediately, the yellow soil flew up into the air, along with the withered grass and rotten branches of the surrounding mountains. The place immediately turned into a yellow haze. It covered the sky and the earth, making it impossible to see anything. Although the commotion was not small, it could not stop the green fire from flowing out of the eye of the storm. Like an overturned hourglass, it poured down in torrents. Yu Qianqiu extinguished the last wisp of azure flame. He couldn't see where the person above it was. He flung his sleeve, and a steady stream of azure light flashed out. Thousands of flying swords danced in the air. With a point of his finger, the thousands of flying swords exploded and shot into the sky. He rode his sword to the side and flew into the sky from the dusky haze. Chu Dingfang made her last effort, but her words still became a joke. She couldn't help but be angry out of shame. He put away his saber and looked down. It was a yellow haze. He could not see what was below him from the sky. He reckoned that the people below him could not see what was above him. Just as he was about to rush down, he heard an urgent whistling sound. Green lights flashed everywhere in the yellow haze. A group of flying swords randomly shot towards him without a target. The saber energy in his hand rose again. With a few casual swings, he knocked away dozens of flying swords that were shooting towards him. However, it was this collision that immediately disturbed the other flying swords. The thousands of flying swords seemed to have gone berserk. They all turned and shot towards him in a frenzy. Chu Dingfang snorted coldly and disdainfully. His target was Yu Qianqiu. He teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the ground. He looked around, but did not see Yu Qianqiu. Seeing that many people were looking up at the sky, he immediately understood that the fellow had gone up. With a swoosh, he shot up into the sky again. When he was in the sky, he realized that he had created a big problem for himself. It was difficult to see people clearly in the yellow haze. He had to be on guard against that fellow's sneak attacks. Chu Dingfang suddenly realized that something was wrong. The earthy smell was getting lighter. The yellow haze was getting whiter and seemed to be getting thicker. The scene of the 11 people fighting flashed in his mind. He was shocked and knew that this was not good. He quickly swept his divine sense around, searching for Yu Qianqiu's position. Suddenly, he found a big black saber floating in the haze. It seemed to be the saber that Yu Qianqiu used. Chu Dingfang's heart was beating wildly. The power of this saber was too strong. It broke through his aura shield like a paper knife. It was as easy as blowing off dust. This was in the hands of that fellow. If it fell into his hands, with his cultivation, he was afraid that among the cultivators in the final stage of the tribulation passing stage, no one would be a match for him. Although he knew that it might be a trap, he could not help but release his divine sense to investigate. The key was that the temptation of this saber was too great. He thought, if I don't go over, what can he do to me? His divine sense touched the body of the saber. Before it went deep, he felt a strange and majestic aura. It contained an unknown and mysterious power. Just by touching it with his divine sense, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Chapter 496. The spectators below also noticed something was wrong from the gradually fading yellow dust. There was another cloud in the sky, motionless. The cloud was exactly the same as the previous battle, and it immediately gave everyone a strange feeling. Could Chu Dingfang be inside? The crowd could not help but look at each other, especially the black-robed elder and the purple-robed elder. They already felt something was wrong. However, the cloud was still peaceful and quiet, without any reaction. Would that guy play the same trick again? Nongzhu pinched her chin and thought. Yu Qianqiu hid in a corner of the cloud, sensing the movement inside. Seeing that Chu Dingfang had fallen into his trap, he sneered. In order to prevent the other party from escaping after discovering something was wrong, he deliberately offered the tempting big black saber, which made the other party salivate. Noticing that Chu Dingfang's divine awareness had touched the big black saber, he slowly stretched out his clenched fist and suddenly opened it. Chu Dingfang's divine awareness sensed the majestic power in the big black saber, hesitating whether to take it or not, but he was afraid of falling into a trap. After all, it was not so easy. After thinking about it, he decided not to rush. After he killed that guy, the saber would still be his. However, just when his divine awareness was about to leave the big black saber and continue to search for Yu Qianqiu, there was a sudden bang. The big black saber exploded in an instant, exploding into a raging black flame, instantly drowning his divine awareness in a black sea of fire. The pain that followed was like being cut by thousands of knives, appearing in every corner of his body in an instant. It was like countless sharp knives were cutting every piece of his skin and drilling into every bone. There seemed to be countless worms wriggling in his head, nibbling away at them. It was like his whole body was suffering in a fire, as if it was going to burn him alive. The pain was suffocating, but he was struggling in the endless sea of bitterness, never able to find the other side, and had to suffer like this. The heart-wrenching pain that he was unable to extricate himself from numbness occupied every single one of his nerves. The pain seeped into his bones and soul. Chu Dingfang hugged her head with her hands and curled into a ball. Her face was twisted to the extreme. She tore off her beard and hair with her hands and scratched her face with her nails. She didn't seem to know who she was and was in a state worse than death. F***CK Yu Qianqiu was slightly stunned. He did not expect the response to be so extraordinary. This guy's cultivation level was too high. He was afraid that ordinary methods would not work on him. So he purposely blew up the black knife condensed by the black fire and enlarged the fire to burn his mother's divine sense. He did not expect that it would burn a little too much. He appeared on his sword and charged over. With a wave of his hand, he collected the black flames cleanly. Chu Dingfang could no longer stay in the air. Her body swayed and fell down from the clouds. Yu Qianqiu quickly rushed over and grabbed the old man's storage pouch, lifting him up. The old man's twisted and struggling appearance was truly unbearable to look at. The old man couldn't even scream and could only howl. He raised one hand and a green flame appeared. He wanted to give him a quick death. However, after a slight pause, the green flame left a little green glow on her fingertips and cut the rope on the storage bag. Chu Dingfang fell down. I'll use you to test my absorbing star's great skill. Yu Qianqiu swung his palm at the falling person. White smoke rose from Chu Dingfang's body, and he instantly shriveled up like a skeleton. He floated down from the clouds. The people below had been paying attention to the sky above. When the explosion sounded, the clouds above their heads instantly darkened. No one knew what was going on. Nongju was the only one who thought of the word black fire. Then came a terrifying scream. The scream was even worse than the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It was hard to imagine that it came from a human. Judging from the tone, it should be Chu Dingfang's voice. Another person followed in his footsteps, and it was an expert at the final stage of the tribulation passing stage. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what was wrong with the clouds. Whoosh! Chu Dingfang's katana was the first to fall. It directly stabbed into the ground, proving that the unfortunate person they had guessed was right. Then everyone saw a body fall. The strange thing was that the speed of the body's fall was not that fast, and it seemed to be floating. Ow! Chu Dingfang, who was curled up, squatted steadily on the soft ground. Not dead. Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, there was a crisp hua sound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Dingfang was instantly torn into pieces after a short pause. Her entire body shattered into a pile and collapsed on the ground. His whole body collapsed into pieces and powder. Hiss. Many people in the crowd gasped in disbelief. What kind of death was this? In fact, the moment Chu Dingfang's body broke into pieces, the person who was facing him saw the unforgettable scene. His face was dry and shriveled, and he was just skin and bones. Even his eyeballs had dried up to the size of 2 soybeans, hanging outside his eye sockets. The inside of his eye sockets were dark. The skin and flesh on his face shrunk together, and his white teeth had also decayed into a withered yellow color. It was as if Chu Dingfang had lived for thousands of years, and he was a dried corpse from thousands of years in the future. If not for the movement above and the robe on his body, who would believe that he was Chu Dingfang? Unfortunately, the direction he was facing was where Hibiscus was. Furong retched and almost threw up. Fortunately, the dried corpse collapsed in the blink of an eye. Otherwise, Furong would have vomited if she had looked at it for a while longer. When Rue was also shocked. This kind of death was too strange. Nongju's pupils suddenly shrank. She immediately thought of the scene of Yu Qianqiu taking away the life of a flower with one palm strike that night. It had also withered in an instant. Although one was a flower and the other was a human, there was no doubt that both of them had the same experience. This guy finally used this skill on a human. Nongju remembered that Yu Qianqiu wanted to try this skill on her that night. If she had agreed at that time, but could not resist it, she would have ended up like the ugly, rotten corpse in front of her. She shuddered at the thought that she might become like this. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She could not help but curse in her heart. Bastard, he doesn't even know the importance of something he has just learned, and he wants to use me to practice. I don't know what Old Bai taught him. Of all the things he could have taught me, why did he teach me such a scary thing? Nongju decided on the spot that she would leave this place as soon as this thing was over. She could not help but talk back to that guy. If she made him angry one day, he would do the same to her. What if she could not resist it? When Rue took a deep breath, turned his head, and asked, "Mister, I've never seen or heard of the magic arts used by Yu Qianqiu. Can you tell me where he came from?" In his impression, Mr. Nongju had the widest circle of friends in the world. Since he was tolerant of Yu Qianqiu and everything, he must know his background. Nongju paused and shook her head slightly. She replied, "You'd better not know. Anyway, his background is very powerful. Your Wen family can't afford to offend him. Is he by Changchun's disciple?" Wen Rue was surprised. The old ancestor of the Wen family, Wen Lanfeng, was the second master in the world, second only to Bai Changchun. If the Wen family couldn't afford to offend him, who else could it be except Bai Changchun? Nongju was stunned. He had guessed it correctly. But what Wen Rue said next made her even more stunned. Wen Rue shook his head and denied himself. "I don't think so. I've seen Bai Changchun's skills. Even if it's unpredictable and unconstrained, it's completely dignified and arrogant. It's not similar to Yu Qianqiu's skills at all. A master and disciple wouldn't be like this. And Yu Qianqiu's skill is full of evil qi. It's not like he's Bai Changchun's disciple." Nongju was speechless. How do you know it's not Bai Changchun who taught him? I heard the skill from Bai Changchun and witnessed the process of understanding it. In short, if your family can help him in the future, try your best to help him. It won't do any harm to your family. Nongzhu gave an ambiguous answer. She didn't want to make another enemy for Yu Qianshou in the world. Thank you for reminding me, sir. Wen Rue nodded slightly and sighed. It said that all the skills in the world originate from Huaxia. Yu Qianshou is from Huaxia, and his skills are really magical. It seems that it's a good thing that our family didn't intervene in the fight between the two sides. The vast Huaxia is really full of hidden talents. It's not as simple as it looks. I'm afraid that things won't go so smoothly for the other countries. Nongzhu glanced at him and was speechless. She thought, "You're really good at making connections." How? A clear roar resounded from the 9 heavens, as if it was announcing its victory. Yu Qianshou rode his sword and flew straight down. After landing, he glanced at Chu Dingfang's remains and was quite satisfied with the power of his water conjuration. This was the first time he killed a cultivator in the last phase of the Heavens test. It was really memorable. Who else is not convinced? This short sentence revealed an intense self-confidence. Yu Qianshou coldly surveyed his surroundings, exuding a disdainful aura. He felt that he hadn't been like this for a long time. He had been a gangster for a long time. The feeling of being a gang leader that he had forgotten for a long time had returned. Nongzhu smiled bitterly. You killed Bing Chengzi's disciple, Yin Baikong's disciple, and now you killed Hu Changshou's disciple. You've offended all of them. Among the top 10 cultivators in the last phase of the spirit-severing realm, you've already offended 3 of them. Good luck. The black-robed elder in the crowd transmitted his voice to the purple-robed elder beside him. Brother Yu, this kid's cultivation is still low, but he's already shown his outstanding talent. He will definitely become a disaster in the future. Let's attack together and take this opportunity to get rid of this kid. The purple-robed elder frowned and replied, Brother Guan, you and I are 2 cultivators in the last phase of the Heavens test against a nascent soul cultivator. Won't we be a joke in front of so many people? That's not the way to put it. The black-robed elder said in a deep voice, a kid from Huaxia challenged the cultivators of the other countries. If we let him leave alive, and none of us can stop him, that would be the biggest joke in the world. What's more, he said it himself. It doesn't matter if we all attack together. It's not against the rules if it's just us. Chapter 497. Brother Guan, didn't you notice that this kid's magic art is a bit strange? Do you really think we can kill him? The purple-robed elder voiced out his concern. The black-robed elder laughed and said, Brother you worry too much. Did you notice that this kid's secret lies in the mist? As long as we don't go into the mist, he can't do anything to us. Or rather, kill him before he can release the cloud and mist. Haha, if we fight together, I don't think that kid will have the chance to release the mist. Brother you, after we kill that kid, we can split the things in the storage pouch, including the 2 sabers. What do you think? The purple-robed elder was hesitant at first, but when he heard about the 2 sabers, he frowned and nodded slightly. Maybe we can try. Yu Qianshou thought that the battle just now was enough to shock this group of people. Seeing that no one answered him, he sneered and was about to pick up the storage pouch. Unexpectedly, before he could reach Wen Rue, 2 storage pouches flew through the air and smashed in front of him. Looking back, an old man in a black robe and an old man in a purple robe appeared out of nowhere. The former sneered and said, You don't need to pick up the things. We will pick them up for you later. His tone was full of confidence. The onlookers were in an uproar again. When they saw that Yu Qianshou could kill Chu Dingfang, who was in the final stage of the Crossing Heavens test, they were really shocked. They didn't expect that an original infant stage cultivator could do this. They were already prepared to lose face. The sudden appearance of the 2 people gave everyone hope. Many people knew them, and the appearance of these 2 cultivators in the final stage of the Crossing Heavens test surprised everyone. Originally, they thought that people in the final stage of the Crossing Heavens test would care about their reputation. So it was impossible for more than 2 people to fight a cultivator in the original infant stage at the same time. However, a cultivator in the final stage of the Crossing Heavens test might not be able to defeat Yu Qianshou. Just when they were about to accept this unacceptable fact, something unexpected happened. At this moment, no one dared to look down on the behavior of these two people, because it concerned everyone's reputation. However, some people didn't like it. Nongzhu snorted coldly and said to Wenrui, "Some people are really shameless." Wenrui smiled, but did not say anything. Yu Qianshou was the one who boasted. Since he dared to say it, he must have the courage to face reality. He could not blame others. Yu Qianshou narrowed his eyes and looked at the two of them. Since they dared to say such words at this time, they must be cultivators at the end of the tribulation stage. As expected, Nongzhu's voice rang in his ears. "Don't be careless." The one in black is Guan Zhongkai, the disciple of Baikong's eldest disciple, Sikongju. The one in purple is Yulandu, the disciple of Shangguan Taiping, a middle-stage deity transformation cultivator from the Purple Thistle Kingdom. Both of them are at the late stage of the crossing tribulation. "Have the two of you decided to come at me together?" Yu Qianshou asked sarcastically. Yulandu's expression was slightly awkward. On the contrary, Guan Zhongkai's expression was calm as he sneered, "If you are afraid, it is not too late. Kneel and beg for mercy. Leave behind the things in your storage pouch, and I will spare your life. If you want the things, you have to have the ability to take them." As soon as Yu Qianshou finished speaking, he immediately threw out a flying sword and quickly flew into the sky. These two clearly knew that he had some tricks up his sleeves. Since they still dared to come at him, they must have the confidence to deal with him. He did not dare to underestimate them now. "Hee," Guan Zhongkai sneered. A flying sword flashed out of his storage pouch and directly chased after Yu Qianshou in the sky. He himself teleported and disappeared. Without any hesitation, Yulan soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed with a whoosh sound. Everyone's gaze was attracted to them. Furong had also roughly guessed the cultivation of these two. She tightly shut her mouth and did not say a word. She was silently worried. She was afraid that if she made a sound, it would affect Yu Qianshou. Hearing the whistling sound coming from below, Yu Qianshou glanced at it. He rode his sword and dodged horizontally, brushing past the flying sword. A strong gust of wind almost blew him off his sword. This was the result of a huge difference in cultivation. Just as he dodged the attack with lingering fear, he realized that in the direction he was dodging, the black-robed Guan Zhongkai had been waiting for a long time in front of him. He sneered and casually snatched the flying sword that was flying towards him. He shook out a huge sword aura and slashed down. F***CK. Yu Qianshou was startled and quickly dodged again. The transparent sword aura brushed past him again. But no matter which direction he dodged, Guan Zhongkai was able to block in front of him in time. He skillfully and easily chased after him with his sword. Every time, he was frightened and narrowly dodged. In the eyes of others, Guan Zhongkai was like a cat toying with a mouse. His opponent didn't even give him a chance to release the fog. He could only release a little for a short period of time, but it didn't have any effect. Without saying anything further, green light flashed on his two sleeves. Instantly, a sky full of flying swords circled around him to protect him. At the same time, over 100 swords attacked Guan Zhongkai in a roundabout way, hoping to buy him some time to breathe. And indeed, it had some effect. Guan Zhongkai was somewhat apprehensive as he swung his sword like he was swatting flies. After all, 3 nascent soul stage cultivators had been mysteriously killed after being surrounded by these green flying swords. Over 100 flying swords were constantly knocked away, but they also continued to entangle him. They were just like flies. Whoosh! Suddenly, another whistling sound came from below. When he glanced over, he was startled again. It was Yulan who saw him start to counterattack. She immediately raised her palms and pushed out a basin-sized ball of light that shot towards him. F***CK. Kamehameha, Qianshou. Yu Qianshou's eyes widened, and he hurriedly rode his sword to dodge. Although he managed to dodge, the flying swords behind him that he didn't dodge in time were damaged. Bang! Amidst a violent explosion, The densely packed flying swords that were circling the air were blown into pieces and scattered in all directions. The powerful shockwave was like a heavy hammer that fiercely smashed into his back. The shockwave directly knocked him off the flying sword he was standing on. Yuchincho felt his vision turn black. He felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. In just a few moments, he was already injured. This was the result of a huge difference in cultivation. His opponent had come prepared. With his nascent soul stage cultivation, he was simply no match for his opponent. He was easily dealt with. Hibiscus, who was below, covered her mouth with her hand, and tears instantly flowed out. Nongju's expression was grim, but she still sent a voice transmission to Hibiscus, comforting her, "Girl, don't worry. This kid won't die so easily." When Rue's expression was also somewhat grave. If this Yuchincho really did have a powerful background, and if he were to attract an extraordinary person, then this matter would become even more serious. The cultivators from the various countries who were watching the battle erupted in cheers. They had finally taught this arrogant fellow a lesson. In a moment of absent-mindedness, the flying swords immediately lost control and fell one after another. Guan Zhongkai got rid of the fly's harassment. His expression darkened, and the sword in his hand floated up. He pushed out with his palm, and it shot towards the falling Yu Qianqiu like a bolt of lightning. Yu Lan Do teleported to the other side and pushed out another ball of light. Together with Guan Zhongkai's flying swords, they launched a pincer attack. From the looks of it, the two of them wanted to finish the battle in one go. Yu Qianqiu spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt relieved, and his vision became clear again. He quickly glanced at them, and a burst of uncontrollable anger burst out. "How dare you hit me?" Yu Qianqiu looked up to the sky and roared. All the green fire elements stored in his body burst out in an instant. Not a single bit was left. Surging green flames spewed out like an explosion. Guan Zhongkai and Yu Lando's pupils shrank rapidly. The flames hadn't arrived yet, but the unparalleled heat had arrived first. The two of them suddenly felt like they had poked a hornet's nest. Without saying a word, they quickly turned around and displayed the fastest flying speed in their lives. However, they still felt that it wasn't enough. They teleported again and again, exhausting a lot of their cultivation to escape. Previously, Chu Dingfang couldn't even withstand the high temperature of the green flames when he hid inside his protective aura and had to escape. The two of them had about the same cultivation as him. They could tell at a glance that it was powerful. There was no need to try and escape. At first, the two of them thought that the green flames hidden in Yu Qianqiu's body were the same ones that he had released earlier. It wouldn't be difficult to avoid them. Who knew that there were so many of them? Was he still human? How could a human hide so many flames? The two of them even had the urge to curse. How'd they meet such a monster? They were still fighting to their heart's content earlier and wanted to kill that brat. How did they end up being forced to escape in the blink of an eye? If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have joined in the fun. When the ball of light released by Yulan was still 100 meters away from Yuqianqiu, it was directly roasted by the green flames and exploded with a loud explosion. However, it only set off a ripple in the sea of flames. It didn't affect Yu Qianqiu at all. Needless to say, the flying swords released by Guan Zhongkai were melted into liquid in the sea of flames. Guan Zhongkai, who had a connection with the flying swords, felt his heart ache. That flying sword was a high-grade, transcendent artifact given to him by his master. The thousands of green flying swords that were originally scattered flew up into the sky and merged into the sea of flames. The terrifying sea of flames that filled the sky swelled up again. After quickly escaping for several kilometers, Guan Zhongkai and Yulan finally got rid of the pursuit of the green flames. The two of them stood on opposite ends of the sea of flames. They didn't look at each other, but their mood was completely the same. The two of them almost collapsed from exhaustion. With their cultivation, they could only teleport 500 or 600 meters at most. Teleportation consumed too much of their cultivation. It was not a technique that could be used multiple times. They had used teleportation more than 10 times. How could they bear it? It was really too tiring. When the two of them turned around to look, their intestines almost turned green with regret. They could have escaped to the sky or to the ground, but this fire chased them horizontally. However, they didn't dare to be sure. What if the other party could control the flames to chase them? This was very possible. An unforgettable scene appeared in the sky. Green flames. Green flames filled the sky, covering the sun. The sky within a radius of several kilometers was completely covered by the green flames. The dazzling green light illuminated the sky. Even Deyong City, which was several kilometers away, was alarmed. Some of the commoners climbed onto the roofs of tall buildings. Many of them squeezed out of the city to see the spectacle in the distant sky below the green flames. Among the spectators, those with low cultivation could no longer bear it. Although the green flames above and below were separated by more than 100 meters, if they continued to roast like this, how could they bear it? Chapter 498. However, the first to suffer were the remote mountains and forests around them. How could they withstand the power of the blue fire? Although they did not come into direct contact with the fire, it did not take long for them to catch fire. The vegetation in the deep mountains and forests was lush, and the fire was also monstrous. The birds could not fly, and the beasts could not escape from the disaster. They were swallowed by the merciless fire. The blue fire in the sky was dazzling, and the red fire on the ground was emitting thick black smoke. The blue fire in the sky was dazzling, and the red fire on the ground was emitting thick black smoke. The place where the battle was being watched became a cage in the sea of fire. Guan Zhongkai and Yulan Du, who were panting at the two ends of the sea of fire, were shocked by the scene in the sky and on the ground. How did this happen? The two did not know that the place where the battle was being watched was even more chaotic. There were more than 3,000 people. People were going to die. If they wanted to escape, only a few people with high cultivation were confident that they could break out of this endless sea of fire. Of course, they had to escape from the ordinary fire that was close to the ground. However, most of the people who came to watch the fun had not reached the crossing calamity stage. Those who were below the crossing calamity stage, including those who were in the late nascent soul stage, were not confident that they could escape from this mountain of fire that stretched for dozens of miles. It was even more impossible to escape from the sky because they were blocked by the blue fire. Yu Qianqiu, who was in the blue flame, slightly straightened out the chaotic aura in his chest. He stood on a black flying sword with a calm face. He floated out of the blue flame's sea and looked around. He didn't see the two fellows who had injured him. He immediately activated his true essence and shouted, "Guan Zhongkai Yulan Du, get out here, you two!" His voice shook the surroundings, and the people below could hear it more clearly. When it fell into Guan Zhongkai and Yulan Du's ears, it was almost inaudible. However, with their cultivation, they could still hear what it was. Their expressions twitched, and they looked at the vast sea of fire at the same time. They secretly cursed. Only a ghost would go. There is no way to fight this fight. With our cultivation, we are not afraid of you, but we are afraid of this blue sea of fire. What if you turn this sea of fire into dumplings after we run over? Can we still run out of this place? The two of them knew that they didn't have the ability to teleport a dozen more times. They really couldn't move anymore. Guan Zhongkai, Yulan Du, you two shameless fellows, come out quickly, I'll fight you for 300 rounds. Guan Zhongkai, Yulan Du, you two shameless scum, you two cowards, come out if you have the guts and I'll spare your lives. Yulan City, Guan Zhongkai, your grandfather is here. Hurry up and show yourself. Yu Qianqiu stood above the sea of fire and cursed nonstop. Although the two of them were extremely angry, they still felt that their lives were more important. They could only pretend that they didn't hear anything. However, if this matter were spread out, he would definitely lose face. Many people couldn't stand it anymore. They gathered around Nongzhu and Wenrui to ask for help. Mr. Nongzhu, Senior Wenrui, please save us. Seniors, please save me. Seniors, please ask Yu Qianqiu to stop. Oh no, someone has already fainted a group of people surrounded them and begged. Some cultivators in the level of foundation establishment couldn't resist anymore, and dozens of them fainted. Nongju was both angry and amused. Why did they come here if they didn't have the ability? Didn't you cheer for Yu Qianqiu when he was injured? Why? Are you scared now? Nongju raised her head and pouted to the sky. She said angrily, since you can't wait to kill him, why don't you just go up and kill him together? Then you'll be saved. Why do you need to beg me? Nongju's words reminded Furong. Furong looked at these people with resentment. These people cheered for Yu Qianqiu when he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. It would be better if they were all dead now. This was probably the first time in her life that this pure and kind-hearted woman had cursed with such resentment. When Rui didn't say anything. Since he knew that Yu Qianqiu had a powerful background, he had decided to stand on Yu Qianqiu's side quietly. The most important thing was that he had already sent a message back on the day when Hua Zongming and Yanji picked a fight with him. He told the one family not to get involved. Thinking about it now, he felt that he had foresight. At present, except for Wan Bai and himself, there were no other members of the Wan family here. It was not a problem for him to protect Wan Bai. As for the others, he didn't want to offend Yu Qianqiu, who had a powerful background for them. Therefore, he didn't say anything and let Nongju speak. Mr. Nongju, I'm a cultivator from the Biqiu country. I heard that you have a good relationship with my ancestor. Please save my life for the sake of my ancestor. After this person spoke, the following words were immediately terrible. Mr. Nongju, I'm a cultivator from the Jade country. My ancestor also has a good relationship with you. All of a sudden, it was a mess. Nongju was stunned. She thought that it was a good thing to have many friends, but it turned out that it was complemented by troubles. This group of people had brought up their ancestors. They could ignore them, but they couldn't ignore their ancestors' faces. Guan Zhongkai, Yulan Du, did the two of you grow up as eunuchs? Yu Qianqiu was still cursing from above. Nongju listened to the curses, which were getting more and more colorful. She pointed to the sky and said helplessly, the duel is not over yet. According to the rules, others can't interfere. As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately begged, Mr. Nongju, please ask Yu Qianqiu to let us go. We don't want to watch the duel anymore. Let's go. Yes, yes, we beg you. A person took the lead to kneel down. Immediately, a lot of people knelt down. Nongju coughed and waved her hand, saying, get up. I'll try, but I don't know if it will work. You've seen what happened before. He didn't respect me at all. Maybe it's useless even if I ask. A group of people urged her to hurry up. They really couldn't stand it anymore. Nongju cleared her throat and shouted to the sky, Yu Qianqiu, have you cursed enough? If you don't hurry up, the people below will be roasted by your fire. Let them go first and let the innocent people go. Yu Qianqiu, who was in the sea of fire, was furious. Hearing this, he immediately cursed, innocent my ass. They all want me to die early. If you wanted to let them go, I'll let them go unless my head grows on my butt. Hey, damn, you reminded me of something. The people below all looked pale when they heard the first part of the sentence. When they heard the second part of the sentence, the light of hope appeared in their eyes. However, when they heard the second part of the sentence, they were all dumbfounded and regretted begging Nongju. They heard Yu Qianqiu shout loudly, Guan Zhongkai, Yulan Du, quickly get out here for Laozi, otherwise the 3,000 people down there will all die because of you. While saying this, he controlled the blue flames at the edge of the sea of fire to fall to the ground. All of a sudden, the area within a radius of more than 10 miles was completely sealed, as if a blue hat was put on it. Yulan, who was at the edge of the sea of fire, was a little dumbfounded. Did this guy really dare to burn 3,000 cultivators to death? On the other side, Guan Zhongkai directly denied that Yu Qianqiu dared to do so. He began to shout, Yu Qianqiu, are you tired of cursing? You'd better obediently put away the fire, and we'll pretend that nothing happened between us. If you want to use the lives of 3,000 cultivators to threaten me, then you're too naive. What does their life and death have to do with me? Big Cower Guan, don't worry. When I'm tired of cursing, someone will naturally curse for me. I guarantee that your 18 generations of ancestors will never be able to reincarnate. After shouting, Yu Qianqiu shouted. He shouted to the people below. Everyone down there, did you hear that? It's not that I don't want to let you go, but Guan Zhongkai thinks that your life and death have nothing to do with him. He's clearly hinting me to burn you to death. Fine, I'll let him get what he wants. No. Mr. Yu, please spare us. Mr. Yu, please have mercy. The panicked shout from below became a mess. Yu Qianqiu sneered and said, Let me tell you, because of Guan Zhongkai's words, I've already sealed the area within a radius of more than 10 miles with my blue fire. Flies can't fly out, and ants can't crawl out of holes. Even those at the end of the passing tribulation will have to obediently wait for death. If you want to get out, curse Guan Zhongkai and Yulan out, then I'll let you go. Otherwise, all of you will die. Hearing this, the dozens of passing tribulation stage cultivators who wanted to see the result were instantly dumbfounded. They quickly raised their aura shields and flew through the sea of fire on the ground. It didn't take them long to cover the distance of more than 10 miles. When they reached the end, they found that it was just as Yu Qianqiu had said. The blue fire had sealed the area from top to bottom, and it seemed to be gradually shrinking. Looking at the deep blue wall of fire, it was probably not an ordinary thick wall. It was probably impossible to break out. They didn't dare to take the risk, so they turned around and flew back. Because going back and forth was equivalent to doubling the distance, they felt that they couldn't bear the roasting. When the crowd saw them flying back, they didn't need to ask to know the result, was just as Yu Qianqiu had said. One of the returning cultivators at the end of the passing tribulation stage stomped his feet and said, Guan Zhongkai, why don't you just shut up if you don't want to talk? That voice of yours is going to kill us. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head at the crowd, saying, The fire barrier is slowly shrinking. Once it closes in, we will definitely die. They immediately panicked and begged Yu Qianqiu to show mercy. What do you think? Yu Qianqiu sneered and said, I have always been a merciful person. The people who harmed you are actually Guan Zhongkai and Yulandu. Scold them hard, at least 100 times harder than when you scolded me. Scold those two cowards until they come out and fight me to the death. If I die, you will naturally be saved. If they die, I promise I will let you go. Damn it, why are you still hesitating? Be careful, or I will roast you like suckling pigs. Unexpectedly, the one who scolded first was the cultivator at the end of the passing tribulation stage who had just left and came back stamping his feet. He roared, Guan Zhongkai, I am third brother Xian. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then come out and admit defeat. Don't King harm us. If you don't come out when I have the chance to go out, I will twist your head off and use it as a urinal. Come out now. Chapter 499. These words were quite shocking. Plus, his cultivation level was quite high, so his voice was naturally loud. Who was third brother Xian? Yu Qianqiu was stunned. He did not expect that there would be such a powerful guy among his hostages. Although he didn't know who third brother Xian was, Nongzhu had told him about Guan Zhongkai's identity. Sikong Ju, the eldest disciple of Yin Baikong, a late divine transformation expert, was also an early divine transformation expert, and Guan Zhongkai was his disciple. This meant that Guan Zhongkai was Yin Baikong's favorite disciple. But this third brother Xian actually dared to say that he would use Guan Zhongkai's head as a urinal. Obviously, he was not afraid of Guan Zhongkai. Maybe he was even more powerful than Guan Zhongkai. Guan Zhongkai, who was at the end of the sea of fire, was startled. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to himself, Third brother Xian? Why is he here? I didn't see him at the start. Third brother Xian is also inside? Yulan, who was at the other end, said to himself with a bitter smile, Guan Zhongkai, why did you drag me into this? Things are getting out of hand now. He said this, forgetting his own greed. Looking at the mountain fire that was gradually spreading into the distance, the great forest was billowing with thick smoke. Yu Qianqiu did not know who third brother Xian was, but the two of them did. one of the four great men in the cultivation world, the world's #1 miracle doctor, the world's #1 beauty, a mid-stage divine transformation cultivator, and a master of Ling Fong Valley. Lu Yanqing was his master. Third brother Xian had a total of 9 brothers. The strangest thing was that all 9 of them were born from the same mother. It was rare for one person to be pregnant with 9 twins at the same time. Because of this, the mother almost lost her life. Fortunately, she met Lu Yanqing, the world's #1 miracle doctor, and her life was saved. When the 9 brothers were born, their bodies were weak and their lives were hanging by a thread. It was Lu Yanqing who saved their lives. After that, Lu Yanqing found out that all 9 brothers were talented in cultivation. It was really a rare thing, so she took all 9 brothers as her disciples. After the 9 of them were born, although they were arranged according to the order of birth, their cultivation aptitude did not follow this order. The youngest of the 3, 9th elder Xian, was extremely talented and had already reached the early stage of soul formation. Looking at his cultivation speed, he actually had the potential to catch up to his master. The other 8 had also reached the end of the tribulation transcendent stage. Of course, this was not unrelated to the elixir that Lu Yanqing had refined. The 9 brothers always fought together. When one was bullied, the other 8 would take revenge together. Anyone who had anything to do with them would have a headache because of them. He was not afraid of these 9 people, but of their master, Lu Yanqing. As one of the 4 eccentrics, none of them were to be trifled with. Bai Changchun, who was ranked first, had an earth-shattering cultivation. No one dared to provoke him. Wan Lanfeng, who was ranked second, also had a frighteningly high cultivation. Except for Bai Changchun, no one was a match for him. Ancestor Nanming, who was ranked third, and Lu Yanqing, who was ranked 4th. Although their cultivation was not very high, there were few in the world who dared to not give them face. People who begged them were like ducks. If they really wanted to offend these 2, they did not need to do it themselves. They just needed to casually release the news. Most importantly, Lu Yanqing had a famous protector. It was one of the 4 eccentrics, Wan Lanfeng, who was ranked second in the world in cultivation. Who dared to bully Lu Yanqing? Wan Lanfeng did not even need to speak for her to vent his anger. How many people in the world dared to provoke Lu Yanqing? At the same time, what was the difference between provoking the 9 Xian brothers and provoking Lu Yanqing? Therefore, when he heard 3rd elder Xian scolding, Guan Zhongkai's forehead was full of sweat. Not to mention him, even his grandmaster Baikong had to be cautious. But no matter how afraid he was, it was not as important as his own life. If he rushed into this blue sea of fire, he could not guarantee that he would be able to come out. He immediately shouted, "Brother Xian, I have no enmity with you. You can't blame me. This has nothing to do with me. The fire was set by that guy. You should ask him to let you out." As soon as he said this, he heard 3rd elder Xian shout, "Bullsh *T. If it's not your business, then whose business is it?" 2 late-stage tribulation transcendents shamelessly jumped out to fight a nascent soul stage. Halfway through the fight, they stopped. If you don't want to fight, then just admit defeat. People scolded you for a long time and you did not come out. Do you have any shame? Let me tell you, you can either come over and continue fighting or admit defeat. You dare to run? If you kill me, I guarantee that even if you hide in the cornucopia, I will drag you out. No one can protect you. Guan Zhongkai was depressed. He did not know what to say. Regardless of whether 3rd brother Xian scolded him or not, there was one thing that he was right about. If he really ran away and caused the death of this fellow, even if he hid in the World Commerce's headquarters cornucopia, the people of Spirit Fong Valley would still be able to find him. He was very clear about Grandmaster Baikong's character. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. Moreover, there were many disciples and grand disciples in the late stage of tribulation transcendence. He would not offend Spirit Fong Valley for him and ruin the big plan. It was very likely that he would come out and apologize. It was really difficult to make a decision. He could not run away. If he went over now, he would be afraid of this deadly sea of fire. If he admitted defeat, he would not be able to raise his head in the cultivation world. What the F***CK is this? Guan Zhongkai laughed at himself. The reason why he jumped out to oppose Yu Qianzhou was because he heard that Yu Qianzhou killed his junior martial uncle, who was also in the late stage of tribulation transcendence in the Chinese cultivation world. In fact, it was not for revenge. He just wanted to please Grandmaster Yin Baikong. Who would have thought that after just a few moves, it would become like this? Of course, Yu Qianzhou's 2 treasured sabers were also the reason why he made a move. On the other side, Yulan's intestines were green with regret. She sighed repeatedly and simply continued to maintain her silence. Even with Guan Zhongkai's background, he was afraid of third brother Xian, let alone him. Yu Qianzhou, who was above the sea of fire, was happy. From the words of the two, it seemed that Guan Zhongkai was really afraid of this guy. He immediately shouted, "Good scolding! Everyone else starts scolding too. Don't worry. With so many people scolding together, he won't be able to tell who is who. Don't be afraid of his revenge." He then added, "I forgot to tell everyone. The fire barrier is slowly closing in. We don't have much time left. Hurry up and scold." These words were well said. Everyone did not dare to scold too much because they were afraid that they would not be able to escape from Guan Zhongkai's revenge. After being reminded, everyone did not hold back and scolded loudly with righteous indignation. "Guan Zhongkai, you cowardly thing, come out. Yulan, du shameless villain, if you don't have the guts, why did you come out and throw it?" More than 2,000 people were shouting angrily because hundreds of them had already fallen. It was really noisy. They were scolding all kinds of things, much more ruthless than when they were scolding Yu Qianzhou. Yu Qianzhou, who was above the sea of fire, grabbed a handful of qi recovery pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He folded his arms and chewed slowly. His expression was not good, and he was calculating in his mind. Since he was in the cultivation world, he could not spit out blood for nothing. Otherwise, everyone would bully him in the future. He wanted to see what those 2 guys were going to do. If they came, he would kill them. If they didn't, he could only let his subordinates suffer a little. If they wanted to cause trouble, they might as well make it bigger. People died every day. It was just a matter of how many people died. Nongzhu shook her head and sighed. A group of people were scolding Yu Qianzhou not long ago, and now they were helping Yu Qianzhou to scold people. Today's incident was considered to be a worthwhile trip. It was just that her ears were a little numb from the noise when Rue and Wanbai looked at each other speechlessly. How did things turn out this way? Guan Zhongkai and Yulan were really unlucky. Guan Zhongkai and Yulan, who were on the other end of the sea of fire, turned red and white. It would be a lie to say that they could not hear it. After being scolded like this, even if they were fine, they would have to avoid going out in the cultivation world in the future. Guan Zhongkai was infuriated when he suddenly heard the sound of rushing wind behind him. He turned his head and saw Mi Ruhai and Mi Ruchuan. His expression relaxed slightly. "So it's Brother Guan? What's going on? Why?" Mi Ruhai stopped halfway through his sentence. There was endless scolding coming from the sea of fire. There were all kinds of scolding, and the scolding was abnormally nasty. When the 2 of them noticed the abnormality, they were worried about their boss's safety, so they rushed over together. Who knew they would hear this? After looking at each other, they frowned when they saw Fangjing's constantly expanding mountain fire. Mi Ruhai said in a deep voice, "So many people are scolding you and Yulan. Brother Guan, could this sea of fire be caused by both you and Yulan?" "Brother Mi, don't misunderstand. How could I casually set off such a huge fire in Senior Ho's territory? Furthermore, it's near Daong City." Guan Zhongkai waved his hands immediately. He was already in trouble, so how could he provoke Hua Zongming? What exactly happened? Mi Ruhai asked with a frown. "I've been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. I've encountered a jinx." "How unlucky?" Guan Zhongkai recounted the situation with a frown. The 2 brothers were dumbfounded. Their boss had come out to entertain the guests, and they had been staying in the palace. They never expected Yu Qianzhou to have already caused such a huge commotion. After coming to his senses, Mi Ruchuan said anxiously, "Brother Guan, Are you saying that my brother is still in the sea of fire? Guan Zhongkai's eyes lit up when he heard that. He nodded and said, That's right. Mi Rushan is indeed inside. Why don't you two force Yu Qianshou to release him? Mi Ruqian immediately panicked when he heard that. He turned around and shouted, Second brother, let's go and save big brother. After that, he was about to leave. Wait. Mi Rahai pulled him back and stared at Guan Zhongkai with a burning gaze. The latter avoided his gaze guiltily. He thought to himself that he was muddle-headed just now. He shouldn't have explained the situation so clearly. Otherwise, he could have used the two of them to force Yu Qianshou. Second brother, why are you still hesitating? Big brother is in danger, Mi Ruqian said anxiously. Mi Rahai said in a deep voice, Didn't you hear what Brother Guan said just now? Yu Qianshou held the lives of more than 3,000 people hostage. Big brother isn't the only one. If you and I barge in blindly and can force Yu Qianshou to release him, it'll naturally be good. We can also solve the problem for Brother Guan. If we force Yu Qianshou into a corner and kill ourselves together, then Big Brother and the 3,000 people would have died in vain. This responsibility isn't something you and I can bear. Chapter 500. The meaning in his words was clear. Mi Ruqian, who was in a panic, immediately realized and said angrily, Guan Zhongkai, you want to use us two brothers. Let me tell you, if anything happens to my big brother, no matter how powerful your World Chamber of Commerce is, don't even think about leaving Daong Kingdom. Misunderstanding, there's no such thing. Guan Zhongkai smiled apologetically. His mouth was even more bitter than eating yellow lotus. The shock in Mi Ruhai's eyes did not fade away as he watched the sea of green flames that was slowly shrinking. Although the cultivators were used to seeing strange things, the scene was indeed spectacular. Mi Ruhai turned around and stared at Guan Zhongkai with his eagle-like eyes. He said in a deep voice, Brother Guan, there are several thousand people cursing and swearing nonstop. You can't hide here. You have to solve it. Look at the cursing. If you don't come out, then there's no other way. Nothing can happen to my big brother. The last sentence was already faintly overbearing. Guan Zhongkai narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Mi Ruhai, are you threatening me? As soon as he said this, Mi Ruqian appeared behind him with a whoosh. The two brothers sandwiched him in the middle. If there was any disagreement, the two would probably fight. Brother Guan is thinking too much, Mi Ruhai said unhurriedly. Yu Qianshou forced you to hide here and not go over. This shows that the power of this sea of fire is extraordinary. To put it bluntly, you may die if you go, am I right? Seeing that Guan Zhongkai's face was calm and did not speak, he continued expressionlessly. But if you just hide like this, once something happens to third brother Xian and Lu Yanqing finds Yin Baikong, I'm afraid that your grandmaster will not let you go. In my opinion, sometimes life is more important than face. Admitting defeat is also a way out. Brother Guan, don't hesitate anymore. Make a prompt decision. Guan Zhongkai looked back at Mi Rushan behind him. He knew that Mi Ruhai's words were to use peaceful means before resorting to force. If he didn't agree, Mi Ruhai would probably fight. Even if they didn't kill him, at least they wouldn't let him go. Just now, he had used teleportation more than a dozen times in a row, consuming a lot of his true essence. In addition, his flying sword artifact was also destroyed. He estimated that his chances of escaping from the hands of these two people were not high. After pondering for a while, Guan Zhongkai said in a deep voice, Thank you for your advice, brother Mi. I will definitely remember this kindness and repay it in the future. The meaning in his words was worth pondering. Mi Ruhai smiled faintly, stepped aside, and made a gesture of invitation towards the sea of fire. Guan Zhongkai's chest heaved. He was forced into a corner. Gritting his teeth, he roared, Yu Qianshou, for the sake of the 3,000 fellow Taoists in the cultivation world, I admit defeat. Put away the fire and let them go. The voices under the sea of fire stopped. Although everyone was cursing until their mouths were dry, Their faces were filled with surprise. They were just waiting for Yu Qianshou to release them. Yu Qianshou, who was standing on his sword above the sea of fire, was stunned when he heard Guan Zhongkai's words. He didn't expect Guan Zhongkai to admit defeat. How could he do that? He hadn't even taken revenge for being injured. Yulan, who was on the other side of the sea of fire, also found it hard to believe, but Guan Zhongkai's voice confirmed it. He heaved a sigh of relief. Since Guan Zhongkai had admitted defeat, what else could he say? If word got out, Guan Zhongkai would be even more humiliated than him. He immediately shouted, "For the sake of the 3,000 fellow Taoists in the cultivation world, I, Yulan, also admit defeat." Yu Qianshou sneered. "You want to let things go like this after beating me up?" He roared, "Don't drag out the 3,000 fellow Taoists in the cultivation world to gain face. You know what you are. Also, I don't know what admitting defeat means." As soon as he said that, the people below were in chaos. They all thought that Yu Qianshou was going to go back on his words. Third Xian, who was in the crowd, glared and roared, "Guan Zhongkai, Yulan, will you die if you speak clearly?" Yulan was a little better. After all, she was just following along. However, Guan Zhongkai was so angry that he gritted his teeth and roared, "Third Xian, I've already said it. It's that brat who didn't follow the rules. Third Xian, don't go too far. Do you really think that the World Commerce Association is afraid of your Lingfang Valley?" Third Xian immediately shouted back, "Stop ting. If you admit defeat, admit it openly. Don't beat around the bush. If the two of you admit defeat, and Yu Qianshou still dares to not let go, us brothers will be the first to not let him go. It has nothing to do with the two of you." Guan Zhongkai had always thought of himself as smart. He didn't expect that the people he met today were all playing tough with him. They didn't give him any leeway at all. He was so angry that his body trembled. Mirahai smiled faintly and said, "Brother me, Third Xian is right. We've already said it like this. Why do you still care about the shivering? There's nothing wrong with making things clear." Mirahai, Guan Zhongkai glared at him. He was so angry that he laughed and said good a few times. He then roared, "I admit defeat." Then he immediately turned around and flew away. Miru Chuan looked back and frowned. "Second brother, are we letting him go just like this? He seems to hate us. Why don't we take this chance to?" Mirahai waved his hand and interrupted, "Don't care about him." The last three words have already made the World Commerce Association lose face. There's no need for us to do anything. Someone will naturally take care of him. I admit defeat. Yulan Dou's voice also came faintly. Everyone under the sea of fire fell silent again. They were waiting for Yu Qianshou's movement. If he still found an excuse, it would mean that he was deliberately trying to kill everyone. Damn it, coward. Yu Qianshou spat out a mouthful of saliva. He didn't think that they would be able to swallow their anger after being so overbearing. The other party directly shouted, "I admit defeat." If he still didn't let it go, he wouldn't be able to show his face in the various countries in the future. They wouldn't let him go. "I'll settle the score with you two bastards later." Yu Qianshou slightly calmed the anger in his chest. He floated in the air and opened his arms. The azure flames quickly shrunk with him as the center and returned in an instant. At this moment, Yu Qianshou discovered that the mountains below were a complete mess and the fire was still spreading. Finally seeing the light of day again, the group of people below finally felt relieved. Looking at Yu Qianshou in the air, he quickly swooped down on his sword after withdrawing the azure flames. With a slanted drift, he charged into the raging flames burning in the mountains. A miraculous scene appeared. Wherever Yu Qianshou went, the flames would reach out and wrap around him. In the blink of an eye, the flames would be sucked into his body. Not even a spark could be seen. Within a radius of several kilometers, Yu Qianshou's figure could be seen flying on his sword. At this moment, everyone finally understood what Yu Qianshou was doing. So he was extinguishing the fire. Everyone muttered. This guy was like a madman just now, using so many people's lives as a threat, but now he was doing such a thing. It seemed like he was just threatening Guan Zhongkai and Yulan Dou and wouldn't really do anything. Everyone was just shocked. This was just their wishful thinking, but they didn't know that Yu Qianqiu was not so kind. He had already made up his mind to kill all these people who had insulted him. If it weren't for Guan Zhongkai and Yulando's retreat, this group of people would probably be crying and screaming now. In fact, Yu Qianqiu did not know why he did such a strenuous and unrewarding thing, but he did it anyway. It took nearly an hour to completely extinguish all the mountain flames. When he looked back, the surroundings were already scorched black. He returned on his sword. After landing, he glanced at everyone coldly. The group of people subconsciously stepped back. All of them were a little afraid of him. They had seen this guy kill more than a dozen people in a row, even those in the final stage of the Heavens test. Especially the scene where he fought with Chu Dingfang. It would be strange if they were not afraid. Now, no one would say anything. Thousands of people were very quiet, watching him pick up a few storage bags on the ground. Of course, there were also people who were not afraid of him, and Third Xian was one of them. He approached, first bowed to Nongzhu and Wenrui, and then shouted to Yu Qianqiu, "Boy, you've got guts. How dare you treat the lives of thousands of people as a game?" Yu Qianqiu cast a glance at him. He looked exactly like a strong farmer, and his attire was also similar. His aura was similar to old ancestor Nanming. He asked indifferently, "Are you Third Xian?" Third Xian was stunned, and then nodded, "Yes, I am Third Xian. Why, is there a problem?" Without saying anything, Yu Qianqiu took out a storage bag and threw it on the ground, saying, "Let's begin." Third Xian was stunned and asked, "What for?" "Look at you. You don't seem to be convinced. The matter is not over yet. I will accept any challenge." Yu Qianqiu said. Third Xian paused, and then waved his hand with a bitter smile. "Don't think too much. I'm not much stronger than Guan Zhongkai. I can't withstand your monstrous fire." "Then what do you mean?" Yu Qianqiu asked. On the surface, he was still cold, but in his heart, he admired this Third Xian. At least he was not so hypocritical. "Nothing else. I just want to have a drink or two with you. I don't know if you'll give me face." Third Xian laughed. "Let's talk after I finish." Yu Qianqiu looked around and said in a deep voice, "Who else is not convinced? Come at me. Yu Qianqiu, will accept you at any time." I think that's it for today. If anyone still wants to fight, fight after leaving Daeong Kingdom. Mi Russian said expressionlessly. The three brothers met up and stood together, and their eyes swept across the crowd. On the surface, his words sounded like he did not welcome the crowd to cause trouble in Daeong Kingdom. But in fact, he wanted to leave a fig leaf for the other countries. Who on the scene was confident that they could defeat Yu Qianqiu? Could it be that they were really going to be beaten by him to the point where no one else could participate? How embarrassing would that be? Those who came with me before, if you still want to return to Daeong Palace, you might as well follow me back. That way, you can avoid some unnecessary trouble. Mi Russian said this, and the three brothers flew away together. The few hundred people who came out also followed. Yu Qianqiu and the others were no exception. As for the rest of the people, including those who had fainted from the high temperature and were rescued, they also left. In the blink of an eye, the place became empty. The group of people returned to the hall of Daeong Palace, and it was much quieter. Yu Qianqiu found that Third Xian, who was originally not in the crowd, also came and followed him. Chapter 501. After the green flames in the distant sky disappeared, the people of Daeong City felt that it was strange, but they gradually lost interest. After all, it was too far away, and they did not know what had happened. It was just another topic of conversation. The entire Daeong City quickly returned to peace, and the people's interest shifted back to the martial arts competition. The excitement of the rich and powerful easily attracted the attention of the common people. On the drill ground of the palace, more than 10 arenas were competing at the same time. Zhang Peng was in the Bai Wan Nation's lineup, and he had already fought 5 matches. Ordinary children of rich and powerful families who practiced martial arts were no match for him. He was an old general who had fought on the battlefield, and his speed and eyesight after cultivation were far superior to mortals. He did not want to waste time with those mortals, so he beat his opponents to the ground with a few punches and kicks. He suppressed his cultivation, or else someone would die. After he left the arena, he returned to the Baiwan Nation's lineup and felt bored. He was tall, but he looked listless. Although he kept a low profile, his moves were too conspicuous. Not only did he attract the attention of the competitors from various countries, but he also alerted the spies in the palace. The news quickly reached Zhao Heng's ears in the imperial study. Zhang Peng? Zhao Heng looked at the eunuch in shock. The old eunuch with white hair on his temples smiled and said, "Master, you worry too much. This Zhang Peng is not Zhang Peng from Huaxia Nation, but the youngest son of an old general from Baiwan Nation. Because he cannot inherit the title of nobility, he came to Dayang Nation to find a way out." Zhao Heng nodded and asked, "You said that he won 5 matches in a row, and he did not use more than 3 moves in any of them? With such good skills, even if he cannot inherit the title of nobility in Baiwan Nation, can't he find a good way out?" "Master, you know the situation in Baiwan Nation. It is normal for brothers to kill each other. I think it is because of this that he came to Dayang Nation," the old eunuch said respectfully. Zhao Heng thought for a while and did not say much. He only ordered, "Pay close attention to this person. If he is really a talent, try to recruit him." The same news quickly spread to the Lu Xiang house in the West Palace courtyard. The 3 sisters had also been paying attention to the news of the competition. When they heard that there was an outstanding figure called Zhang Peng, the 3 sisters looked at each other in dismay. How could there be such a coincidence? The eldest sister, Zhao Rongxiang, hurriedly asked the servant who relayed the news about Zhang Peng's origins. After learning that he was from Baiwan Nation, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. None of the hundreds of cultivators in the side hall spoke a word. All of them were looking at Yu Qianqiu. Everyone knew that after today's battles, Yu Qianqiu's name would be well known in the cultivation world. Yu Qianqiu and Xian Lao San were staring at each other. What made Yu Qianqiu depressed was that wherever he went, Yu Qianqiu would follow him. Whenever he sat down, Yu Qianqiu would sit beside him, smiling foolishly. How disgusting. Normally, other cultivators were not allowed to enter the palace, but the 3 Mi brothers obviously turned a blind eye to this guy. No one else had any objections either. It seemed that he really had some background. "Xian Lao San, why do you keep following me?" Yu Qianqiu finally couldn't stand it anymore and asked impatiently. Xian Lao San was a little puzzled and said, "Didn't we agree? I'll buy you a drink." "I don't think I agreed." Yu Qianqiu snorted. Xian Lao San waved his hand and said, "It's okay. It's not too late to agree now." Nongzhu, who had been quietly watching the show, giggled. She also didn't know why Xian Lao San kept following Yu Qianqiu, but it didn't stop her from watching the show. Yu Qianqiu raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "There are so many people here. Why do you want to drink with me? What's the use of so many people? Just set a fire and it'll be over." Xian Lao San said loudly. Everyone in the room blushed at his words. Yu Qianqiu thought to himself, "This guy is a little heartless, but so many people are afraid of him." He paused and asked, "Xian Lao San, I don't drink with people I don't know for no reason. What's your background?" "You don't even know my background?" Xian Lao San acted as if he had heard something unbelievable. Yu Qianqiu showed a look of disdain and said, "You don't look like a spirit-severing expert." Xian Lao San ignored his sarcasm and patted his chest. He said proudly, "I come from Lingfang Valley. My master is the Valley Master of Lingfang Valley." Yu Qianqiu was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up and said, "Your master is the world's most beautiful woman, Lu Yanqing. What do you want?" Xian Lao San immediately became alert. He had seen this person's eyes and tone in many people who had evil intentions towards his master. Hee, it's nothing, just casually asking." Yu Qianqiu smiled awkwardly, but this guy kept staring at him. He was full of thoughts. Maybe he had some ulterior motives. At this moment, outside the hall, Mi Russian walked in. He cupped his hands towards the crowd and said, "Everyone, today's competition ends here. We have already selected 100 winners from each country, and they will continue to compete in the next few days. After saying this, he stopped. His meaning was obvious. He was sending the guests off. No one wanted to stay here for a long time. Not only were they not allowed to walk around, they were also not allowed to watch the competition. Of course, everyone understood that this was because they were afraid that the cultivators would secretly help the contestants of their country and interfere with the fairness of the competition. The group of people began to disperse and walked out of the side hall, returning to their respective protected targets. Among the contestants, some were happy and some were worried. Those who were happy were naturally successful, and those who were worried were naturally eliminated. After returning to Baiwan, everyone got on the carriage and went back. In the carriage, Yu Qianqiu saw Zhang Peng's dejected look and asked curiously, "Zhang Peng, what's wrong? Is there anyone who is your match?" "No, I won 5 matches in a row," Zhang Peng said sullenly and then smiled bitterly. "Master, can we not compete? It's really boring." Yu Qianqiu looked at Nongzhu and Furong in the carriage and said, "Let's talk about it later." After the group of people returned to Baiwan's embassy, they had just entered the small courtyard when they suddenly saw a person flashing through the air. Nongzhu, who was the fastest to react, grabbed the person's neck before he even landed. This person was none other than third brother Xian. Yu Qianqiu was speechless. This guy actually followed them here. Zhang Peng looked puzzled, not knowing who this person was. Third brother Xian, whose face was red from being choked, said intermittently, "Senior Nongzhu, please have mercy." Nongzhu sneered, "Third brother Xian, you really don't want face when I'm trying to save you. You actually dared to break into my residence without permission. Others might be afraid of your master, but I'm not. Believe it or not, if I cripple you, your master will at most scold me." After that, she threw him aside and rolled on the ground a few times. Yu Qianqiu secretly clicked his tongue. In the hands of a soul-forming cultivator, a cultivator at the late stage of crossing heaven's tribulation was like a chicken. It was very difficult for him to defeat a cultivator at the late stage of crossing heaven's tribulation. This was the gap between them. Third brother Xian gritted his teeth and got up. He bowed and apologized to Nongzhu. It was true that third brother Xian and his brothers could do whatever they wanted in the cultivation world because of their master, but there were indeed people they were afraid of. Needless to say, there was the most powerful master in the world who almost flattened Ling Fong Valley. Mr. Nongzhu was also someone they could not afford to offend. If he taught them a lesson, their master would not say anything. Moreover, Wen Lanfeng would not necessarily look for Nongzhu to settle scores with. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" Nongzhu shouted. Third brother Xian answered obediently, "Senior, I'm here to have a drink with him." He pointed at Yu Qianqiu. "Don't talk nonsense with me." Nongzhu glared at him and shouted, "Get out of here." Third brother Xian trembled in fear. Before he could turn around, he saw Wen Rue teleporting. Wen Rue glanced at third brother Xian and said to Nongzhu anxiously, "Sir, I have to go back to Baiwan country. I'm afraid I can't accompany you." Nongzhu frowned and said, "What's wrong? You look so anxious. Did something happen in Baiwan country?" The others also looked at him. Wen Rue paused and shook his head. "To tell you the truth, our ancestor has come out of seclusion." "Ah!" Nongzhu and third brother Xian, who was secretly eavesdropping, screamed at the same time. Furong and Zhang Peng did not know who they were. Yu Qianqiu asked suspiciously, "Has Senior Wen Lanfeng come out of seclusion?" Wen Rue nodded silently. Third brother Xian, on the other hand, had teleported away with a swish sound. He was suspected of informing Wen Rue. Nongzhu smiled bitterly. "This is troublesome. Wen Lanfeng, don't be impulsive." Then she pointed at Wen Rue and said anxiously, "Wen Rue, go back as soon as possible and find a way to stop Wen Lanfeng. Don't let him go to the demon domain now. Old Bai has urgent matters to attend to. If he goes there now, he will be courting death." Furong and Zhang Peng looked at each other and did not know what they were talking about. Yu Qianqiu understood. He knew that when Lanfeng went into seclusion after being defeated by Master, now that he came out, he would probably go to Master to fight again. When Rue nodded and turned around, he turned back and said with a solemn expression, "Sir, I have something to ask you. I hope you can tell me the truth." "Say it." Nongju frowned and did not know what he was hesitating about. When Rue was puzzled. "Our ancestor has been in seclusion for 100 years. When he comes out, his cultivation must have improved greatly. But from what you said, do you still think that our ancestor is no match for Bai Changchun? How can a grain of rice compete with the bright moon?" Nongju sighed and said, "Ordinary experts at the late stage of transforming spirit realm, no matter how high their cultivation is, can make people feel a bottom line. But Bai Changchun always gets stronger when he meets strong opponents. His cultivation is so profound that it is unfathomable. He is a powerful existence that cannot be judged by common sense. Although I don't know how high Wen Lanfeng's cultivation is after coming out of seclusion, I know that if he provokes Bai Changchun again, he will lose his life." Chapter 502. When Rue's face turned pale in an instant, he said, "Is Bai Changchun invincible forever?" "Alas." Nongju patted him on the shoulder and said, "Bai Changchun didn't summon Wen Lanfeng because you saw the battle in the East Sea. But let me tell you, Bai Changchun didn't do his best at all. When you go back, just tell him the scene of the battle, and Wen Lanfeng will retreat. Go quickly. You will regret it if you are late." "Thank you for your advice." When Rue bowed deeply, he understood that there was no successor for the Wen family. His cultivation was not enough to withstand the wind and rain for the Wen family. Once the ancestor died, the whole Wen family would suffer a disaster. After saying his thanks, he quickly disappeared. There was a sound of rapid flying in the air. The yard was quiet for a while. Although Furong and Zhang Peng did not know the reason, they could tell that it must be a tricky matter. Yu Qianqiu asked, "Will Wen Lanfeng really go to my master after he finishes his closed-door training?" Zhang Peng was shocked. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell that his grandmaster was an invincible existence. For a moment, he stood there silently with a surge of emotions. Nongju shook her head and said with a wry smile, "I really don't know what to say about Wen Lanfeng. He is obviously a genius, but he is deeply in love. You can't imagine how obsessed he is with Lu Yanqing. For Lu Yanqing, he will definitely fight with your master after he finishes his closed-door training. But your master is now at the critical moment of refining the spirit treasure. If Wen Lanfeng goes now, I'm afraid your master will not be merciful anymore." Yu Qianqiu smiled and also felt that this kind of person was very interesting. He asked, "Doesn't Wen Lanfeng know how to run when he can't win?" Nongju looked at him with deep meaning and sighed. "You haven't seen what your master is like when he really fights, so you don't know how terrible he is. Run? If Wen Lanfeng angers your master, where can he run to?" Yu Qianqiu was speechless. He had never seen what his master was like when he fought. He thought about it and asked, "Doesn't Lu Yanqing know how to persuade him? Are you willing to see him take the risk?" Hearing this, Nongju looked around and found that Xian Lao-san was nowhere to be seen. She smiled bitterly and said, "If he knew the news, he would probably advise me. I hope third brother Xian can send the news back in time. What I fear is that when Lanfeng will head straight for the Yao region the moment he comes out from his cultivation retreat. That would be interesting." Yu Qianqiu muttered to himself. "That's why I can't stay here any longer. I have to rush back to the demon ghost territory. I hope I still have a chance to stop this from happening." Nongju suddenly stared at Furong, who was blinking her eyes, and said, "Little girl, come with me." Furong was stunned and weakly asked, "Where are we going?" "You didn't tell her?" Nongju turned around and asked. Yu Qianqiu scratched his head in embarrassment. He walked over and held Furong's shoulder. "Furong, it's like this. Since you're with me now, you should at least pay your respects to my master. Go with Senior Nongju." Before he could finish, Furong grabbed his arm and asked nervously, "You don't want me anymore? Are you kicking me out?" "Don't kick me out, please." Yu Qianqiu's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt pain, but a warm smile hung on his face. He gently pulled Furong into his arms, gently patted her back, and said, "Silly girl, how could I not want you? I'm afraid that one day you won't want me anymore. I won't. I want to be with you for the rest of my life. Furong buried her head in his arms and tightened her hands around his waist. Listen to me. Yu Qianqiu gently pushed her away and said very seriously, as a disciple, I feel very guilty that I can't be filial to my master. Since you're my woman, you have the responsibility to be filial to my master. Senior Nongzhu is my master's close friend. He will take you to my master. I've talked to Senior Nongzhu. If there's a chance, he will take you to his purple bamboo forest in the South Sea. There are many beautiful purple bamboos there. I'll go to see you then. Furong's face was full of reluctance, but she slowly lowered her head and said softly, I know. Nongzhu looked at Yu Qianqiu with a strange expression. She didn't expect this guy to have such a warm side. He was obviously afraid that this girl would be in danger with him, but he still tried to coax her. She couldn't help but tease him by sending a voice transmission. Boy, is this a white lie? Yu Qianqiu didn't bother to pay attention to him. He gently lifted Furong's face and slowly took off the human skin mask on her face. He shook it in his hand and said, When I miss you, I'll take out your face and have a look. When I'm free, I'll go to see you immediately. After revealing her original face, Furong blushed after hearing these words of love. She looked at Nongzhu and Zhang Peng with embarrassment. Master is so mushy. Zhang Peng shuddered and turned around. Nongzhu raised her eyebrows and thought to herself, I knew it. I thought there was something wrong with this guy's appreciation ability. It turns out that he is also a stunning beauty, but not as beautiful as my Z. All right, you two don't have to talk about love anymore. Yu Qianqiu, before I leave, I have something to tell you. Nongzhu's words broke up the affectionate couple. Yu Qianqiu came over and bowed respectfully. He said, Senior, please say it. I'm all ears. Nongzhu felt a little uncomfortable when she heard these words. She guessed that this guy had changed. His words were so polite that they were mushy. She glanced at Furong behind him and immediately understood. This guy was still the same. He pretended to be obedient when he needed help. Now was not the time to argue with him. She said with a serious expression, Yu Qianqiu, I have to remind you, don't go too far when you stir up trouble here. Experts in the soul formation stage are not like those cultivators you've met. When they fight, it's as simple as releasing 2 flying swords. At this stage, they fight with lightning. It's not something you can withstand with your current cultivation, so you'd better not provoke them. Don't think that your blue fire is very powerful. It can deal with those in the crossing calamity stage, but it's useless against those in the soul formation stage. You tried it with me in the South Sea. You should know that the blue fire has no effect on me. You're on your own now. Thank you for your advice. I'll keep it in mind. Yu Qianqiu bowed. He looked very respectful, but no one could tell what he was thinking. Let's go, Nongzhu said. She covered Furong with a light ball and quickly flew away. Yu Qianqiu didn't even have a chance to say goodbye to Furong. She was already gone. Yu Qianqiu withdrew his gaze and said slowly, The 2 soul formation stage cultivators have left. If we stay here any longer, I don't know if someone will come looking for trouble. Zhang Peng's eyes lit up and said, Master, I don't want to participate in that competition anymore. Why don't we leave Dayang City now? Yu Qianqiu turned his head around and said with a sneer, Don't worry, we are not in a hurry to leave. We can't let Hua Zoming take advantage of us like this. He immediately forgot what Nongzhu just told him. He patted Zhang Peng's shoulder and joked, Have a good competition and try to get the princess in a bed as soon as possible. Master, do you really want me to be the son-in-law of Dayang Kingdom? Zhang Peng was stunned. Damn, don't you know what a joke? Yu Qianqiu coughed and said, There's no rule that says if you sleep with the princess, you must be the son-in-law, right? Then he brushed past Zhang Peng and said, You rest. I'll go find the person who invited me to drink. Zhang Peng was stunned and thought back to his words. Yu Qianqiu probably didn't expect that a casual joke of his would really make this guy do something stupid. Yu Qianqiu wandered to the gate of the embassy. He looked around and leaned against the high wall outside the gate, looking around. The guards at the gate looked at each other. They all knew that he was an important guest, but they did not know what this important guest wanted. He acted like a beggar. In fact, Yu Qianshou was waiting for someone. He was waiting for Xian Lao-san, who was always following him. He believed that Xian Lao-san was not following him just because he wanted to buy him a drink. He must have something to tell him. Since he had something to tell him, he would definitely come back. He was afraid that Xian Lao-san would be scared by Nongzhu and would not dare to go in. Therefore, Yu Qianshou waited for him outside the gate. Just as Yu Qianshou expected, after about an hour, Xian Lao-san came out of nowhere. He shook his head and sighed while looking at the high wall of the embassy. He did not dare to go in again. On the other side, Yu Qianshou cursed. If he had known earlier, he would have stood at the corner of the gate. He leaned against the wall and pretended not to see anything. Xian Lao-san was bored and looked around. Finally, he saw him. At first, he thought he was mistaken. He rubbed his eyes, but the figure leaning against the wall looked very much like Yu Qianshou. He could not help but walk over and poke his head over. It was indeed Yu Qianshou, who was taking a nap with his head slightly lowered. He laughed and said, "Yu Qianshou, it's really you. Why are you hiding here?" Yu Qianshou opened his eyes and ignored him. He said, "Can I bask in the sun?" "Bask in the sun?" Xian Lao-san looked at the darkening sky. Some people had started to light up their lanterns. There was no sun at this time. After a while, he suddenly realized, "Oh, I understand now. Did Mr. Nongzhu kick you out?" "Ah, I understand. Mr. Nongzhu's temper is not very good." He shook his head and sighed. He touched his neck subconsciously, probably remembering the time when he was beaten by Nongzhu. Yu Qianshou wanted to laugh when he heard his self-justifying explanation. He found that this guy was a little silly, so he deliberately asked with a sullen face, "What are you doing here again?" Xian Lao-san clapped his hands and smiled. He pulled his sleeves and said, "Let's go. I'll treat you to a drink. I know a good place in Dayang City." Yu Qianshou turned his head and stared at him for a long time. His eyes were rolling around. No one knew what he was thinking. Xian Lao-san felt guilty and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Yu Qianshou leisurely said, "It's not that I can't accompany you to drink, but I like to drink wine with women." He raised his hand and pointed at a distant street where colorful lanterns were lit and a place full of women were chattering. Chapter 503. Third Xian's eyes followed, and his face turned green. He shook his head like a rattle. No, I can't go to that place. I can't go there. Let's go somewhere else." His master, Lu Yanqing, was the most beautiful woman in the world. There were many lechers in the cultivation world who came here because of her. The whole Lingfang Valley hated lechers the most. How would he dare to go to a brothel? If this got out, his brothers would beat him half to death, even without his master's punishment. Yu Qianshou squinted his eyes and looked at him playfully. "What? Are you worried about money? If that's the case, then forget it. I only like to go to those lively places to drink. I don't want to go to other cold and quiet places." Third brother Xian pulled him back and said with a bitter face, "It's not about money. I can afford to drink wine no matter how expensive it is. But brothels and similar places are forbidden to the disciples of Lingfang Valley. Let's go somewhere else. There must be a more lively place." "What a joke." Yu Qianshou shook his hand off and snorted coldly. "What right do you have to apply the rules of your Spirit Fang Valley to me? I just like to go to places with a lot of pretty girls to drink. Don't ask me to drink if you're not sincere. Don't look for me again. Sai, don't go. Let's talk about it." Third Xian stared blankly at Yu Qianshou, who ignored him and went back into the embassy. He walked around the wall helplessly. After a while, Yu Qianshou came out of the embassy again. He was wearing a brocade robe and waving a big golden folding fan in his hand. The big group of rich peonies was dazzling. He walked with his feet splayed and swaggered towards the pink slumber brothel. He had the demeanor of a playboy going to a brothel. Third Xian was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Although he thought so, it did not stop him from following Third Xian. Yu Qianshou glanced at him, who was following him with his head lowered. He was also wondering why this guy was looking for him. He was willing to go against the rules and visit a brothel with him. Neither of them spoke. When they were about 10 meters away from the brightly lit building, Xian Lao-san pulled him back again. Yu Qianqiu scolded coldly. Why are you dragging me again? Let go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. All right, you're amazing. I know you're the strongest below the soul formation stage. How about I call you Master Yu? Third brother Xian smiled bitterly. Yu Qianqiu's expression softened a little. He did like the title of the number 1 expert, even if it was below the soul formation stage. However, his words were merciless. With your age, I can't afford to be your uncle. If you have something to say, spit it out. If you have something to say, spit it out. It's fine to drink here, but you're not allowed to do anything else. Xen Laosan gritted his teeth. Let go. Yu Qianqiu knocked his hand with his fan. You don't need to treat me, and I don't need you to accompany me. I can afford to have a drink with the courtesans. I don't need anyone to interfere with my freedom. Get out of my way. From today onwards, I won't have anything to do with you. Wait. Xian Laosan took a step back. I won't interfere, but you have to promise that you won't tell anyone else that I'm here. As soon as he said this, Yu Qianqiu's gloomy face brightened up. He put on a smile and patted his chest. Don't worry about that. You can ask around in the Chinese cultivation world. I'm famous for keeping my word. I'll never tell anyone else that you're here. Only the heavens, the earth, you, and I will know about this. That's good, that's good. Xian Laosan's face was full of embarrassment. Let's go. Yu Qianqiu dragged him along. Xian Laosan kept looking around, afraid of bumping into someone he knew. The 3 golden words warm spring house shone brightly under the colorful lights. It was a gold-lettered signboard. The entrance was full of beauties. One by one, they pulled the passers-by inside. Some who didn't want to go in at first couldn't resist the crowd of breasts. They touched their money pouches, clenched their teeth, and went in. Yu Qianqiu was dressed like a rich playboy. It was very eye-catching. One look, and you could tell that he was a rich man. The eyes of the girls below Warm Spring building immediately lit up, and they swarmed over, squeezing and rubbing against each other. Yu Qianqiu laughed unscrupulously and walked in. Third brother Xian closed his eyes under the heavy encirclement. He was almost dragged in by Yu Qianqiu. Once he entered the door, he felt his body turn cold. Young master, young master, young master, old master. A series of greetings were spat out, making people's bones go soft. Yu Qianqiu was obviously not afraid of this scene. He folded his fan and flicked it here and there, tapping here and there. Xian Laosan was already a little stunned. At this moment, a middle-aged brothel keeper came up to them. Before she could say anything that would make people's hearts ache, Yu Qianqiu waved his fan and sneered, "Good private room, good food and wine, red card girls. Not a single one can be missing. Otherwise, I'll get people to tear down your broken brothel." His words caused a bit of an awkward silence. The brothel keeper was stunned, but she was also a person of etiquette. Naturally, she wouldn't be annoyed by a word or two from a guest. She immediately put on a smile and turned around to greet the guests. The surrounding immediately returned to singing and dancing. The brothel keeper personally led the two to a large suite and asked if they were satisfied. She secretly looked at the two curiously. It was the first time she saw a hedonistic son forcefully dragging a farmer-like man to a brothel. Stop nagging and quickly make the arrangements. Yu Qianqiu took out a gold ingot and threw it to the brothel keeper. He shouted without hesitation, "Scram!" The brothel keeper caught the gold ingot and weighed it in her hand. When she realized it was real, her face bloomed with joy. He was indeed a rich man. She didn't care how unpleasant the guest's words were and quickly retreated. Money makes the world go round. This generous man's service could be said to be godlike. Not long after, the good food and wine that Yu Qianqiu ordered and the red card girls arrived. For a moment, the room was lively with singing and dancing. As he listened to the tune, Yu Qianqiu's mouth moved from left to right. A mouthful of wine, a mouthful of food, all of which were served by someone. His two hands were touching everywhere, provoking a series of cries of annoying. Xian Laosan was surrounded and hugged by a few girls, but he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't dare to act rashly. He was like a block of wood, looking at the girls as if they were skeletons. "Touch your waist. So flirtatious. Touch your back. Sleep with me. Touch your thighs. So much water. Yu Qianqiu was singing an obscene song. Wherever he sang, his hands would touch. He kept flirting with the girls. Xi and Lao San stared at him dumbfounded. Seeing how smooth he was playing, he was sure that this guy was a frequent customer of such occasions. Yu Qianqiu glanced at him from time to time, but seeing that he was unmoved, he gradually lost interest. A seductive girl with half of her snow-white breasts came up to him and said, "Master's song is really good. This is the first time I've heard it. Please do me a favor and teach me. Once I master it, I'll definitely sing it for you." "You think I'm a singer?" Yu Qianqiu's tone was cold. The smile on his face disappeared instantly. His gaze was like a sharp knife, scaring the girl. The girls around him looked at each other and immediately came up to ease the atmosphere. "Get out! All of you get out!" Yu Qianqiu shouted. With a wave of his arms, 5 or 6 girls fell to the ground. He pointed at the girls around Xi and Lao San and said, "You guys get out too. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come in." A cold and gloomy aura caused the dozen or so girls to shiver, and they immediately retreated with pale faces. Without the chattering and soft girls around him, Xi and Lao San heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Qianqiu picked up the big fan on the table, opened it, and waved it. He said coldly, "Tell me, what do you mean by following me around?" Xi and Lao San was stunned. He waved his hand and said, Nothing. I just want to be friends with you." "Bullshit." Yu Qianqiu closed his fan and pointed at his face. "Your face says that you have ulterior motives. You don't even know how to lie." No, I really don't." Xi and Lao San denied again. "Fine. Since you don't want to tell me the truth, then let's go our separate ways. You go your own way, and I'll go my own way. We'll have nothing to do with each other in the future." Yu Qianqiu turned around and left. "Wait." Xi and Lao San blocked his way and said helplessly, "I really don't want anything from you. I just want to be friends with you and invite you to Ling Fong Valley as a guest." "Is it really that simple?" Yu Qianqiu asked suspiciously. He thought to himself, "Inviting me to Ling Fong Valley is the real reason." Xi and Lao San nodded sincerely and said, "It's really that simple." Yu Qianqiu looked at him in disgust. He did not believe his words at all, but he was a master in the last phase of the tribulation passing stage. For him to be so humble, he must have something to ask of him. He did not expose him, as long as he knew what was going on. He smiled and said, "You want to be friends with me? Do you know that I have a lot of enemies? Aren't you afraid that I'll drag you down? What's the point of being friends if I'm afraid of this? A true friend should share blessings and difficulties together." Xi and Lao San patted his chest happily. Share blessings and difficulties together? Why does it feel like there's a trap in his words? Yu Qianqiu was stunned. He noticed that Xi and Lao San's eyes were a little unfocused when he said this. But now he really believed that Xi and Lao San wanted to be friends with him, because the phrase "share blessings and difficulties together" had a profound meaning. Hee, that's a good word. I like it. I'll be friends with you. Come, let's go to my place and have a chat." Yu Qianqiu said happily. He thought to himself, "Let's put blessings and difficulties aside first. Let's get a bodyguard to accompany me first." This was also the reason why he came to find Xi and Lao San this time. Before he left, he threw out another ingot of gold. The madam was so happy, as if she had seen her own father. She kept asking them to come again next time. After returning to the embassy, Yu Qianqiu arranged for Xi and Lao San to stay in a small courtyard for the time being. Xi and Lao San calmly accepted the arrangement when he found that Nongzhu was not there. In the dead of night, Yu Qianqiu quietly disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already in the wilderness. Chapter 504. A cold crescent moon hung in the night sky, and the stars in the sky shone brightly. In the wilderness deep in the mountains, the area that had been burned by the fire during the day was pitch black under the moonlight. In this place where the intense battle had taken place during the day, Yu Qianqiu stared at the 50 members of the special forces in front of him. Apart from their team uniforms, all of them had changed into ordinary people's clothes, revealing their original appearances. You all seem to be in good spirits. Yu Qinsho smiled faintly and said, I still remember that when you first joined Utopia, most of you were still at the core formation stage. In just a few years, all of you have reached the early stage of the tribulation passing stage. My painstaking efforts to nurture you all weren't in vain. The 50 of them clenched their right fists in unison and bowed slightly. Yu Qinsho raised his hand, and his expression gradually turned solemn. He said in a deep voice, Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. A few days ago, I asked for 50 capable members from your chief instructor, and Director Guan chose you all. I hope you won't disappoint me. We'll do our best until our last breath. The 50 of them replied in unison in a low voice. I don't want you to die. I want you to live. I want you to live and complete the mission. The hard work we put in today is so that we can live a better life in the future. This is the dream that we Utopia people have been fighting for all our lives, so I don't need you to die, Yu Qinsho said in a calm and affectionate tone. The 50 of them clenched their fists and bowed again in excitement. Yu Qinsho nodded in satisfaction and said, The code name for this mission is Scout Point. Do you all understand the mission's objective? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. The 50 of them replied softly. That's right. Yu Qinsho smiled faintly and said, I don't need you to fight and kill. When carrying out the mission, you'll be black bats in the night, trying your best to avoid being discovered by anyone. In between missions, you'll be ordinary mortals in the secular world. You mustn't let anyone discover that you're cultivators. I asked Director Chun to provide you with various spirit pills, weapons, equipment, and resources. Have you gotten them? Got it. Number 50 replied again. All right. Yu Qinsho nodded his head and said, If there's an emergency, immediately send out a distress signal. Don't force yourself. Remember, I don't need you to die. I will do my best to save each and every one of you, because each and every one of you is a member of the special forces that I have painstakingly trained. Although there will be sacrifices when there are struggles, I don't need you to make meaningless sacrifices. That would be meaningless to you, to your comrades, to the entire Utopia, or even to me. Do you understand? Understood. After the mission is completed, send a signal, and I will bring you back to Utopia. Yu Qinsho looked at the sky and nodded. According to the original plan, the mission will start from the Daon Kingdom. Then, it will be carried out according to the missions we received. Order. All 50 of them stood at attention. Yu Qinsho said in a deep voice, The exploration operation begins now. Let's go. Long live the leader. Number 50 exclaimed softly. Then, they identified the direction and quickly scattered in all directions without any hesitation. Yu Qinsho slowly turned in a circle and watched his team disappear into the night. Some time ago, he had begun to make preparations. He had continuously sent information to Guan Yu and asked Guan Yu to select the members and make a detailed plan. With the convenience of having a detailed topographic map of the various countries in his hands, the plan was quickly perfected. Only then did he name the mission Exploration. The so-called exploration operation was to send team members to infiltrate the various countries and secretly plant the teleportation points that Yu Qinsho needed at the important locations of the various countries' cultivation worlds. For example, preparations had to be made in advance near the spirit stone mines and important places such as the various sections. As Yu Qinsho brought back some of spirit stones to Utopia, there were more and more early-stage tribulation transcendence cultivators in Utopia. It was enough for him to plan a large-scale attack. However, it seemed a little unrealistic for him to rely on himself to plant teleportation points all over the various countries. Firstly, due to the accident of kidnapping Yin Wufeng and extorting Yin Baikong, his identity had been exposed. He was now too big of a target, and people would probably pay attention to him wherever he went. Secondly, his cultivation was not high enough. Even if he did not expose his identity, it would still take him a lot of time to run all over the various countries. Currently, it was best to send a group of special forces to carry out the mission in secret. With more than 300 countries and 50 special forces members, It would be enough for each person to be assigned to a few countries. If there were no accidents, it would probably be completed in half a year. Of course, it would be faster to send more than 300 Special Forces members at once, but that would be too big of a target. At the same time, in order to prevent accidents and minimize losses, it was better to have as many capable people as possible. Moreover, some things often happen outside of the plan. He had not been here for long, so he needed to understand more. Moreover, there was another great benefit to him traveling openly in the various countries. He could clear himself of suspicion, and no one would suspect him. For example, there was an accident in Country A, but he was thousands of miles away in Country B. Who will be able to link these two incidents to him? The next day, Zhang Peng continued to participate in his martial arts competition for a spouse, which made Baiwan Nation's contestants very depressed. With this guy around, no one had the confidence to beat him. It seemed that they had come for nothing. Yu Qianshou, on the other hand, did not have the intention to go to the palace again. He did not want to watch that stupid martial arts competition. After getting to know third brother Xian, he wandered around Dayong City for the next few days. With a friend like third brother Xian, Yu Qianshou felt that it was a good thing. Third brother Xian knew everything about the various countries, so he could ask him if he had any questions. He followed third brother Xian to visit his friends' houses. Although the others did not have a good impression of Yu Qianshou, they still reluctantly entertained him for third brother Xian's sake. However, after visiting a few houses and learning some news, Yu Qianshou's expression turned a little ugly, and he was no longer in the mood to stroll around. The two of them returned to Baiwan Nation's embassy. Third brother Xian's expression was also a little ugly. There was no other reason. Yu Qianshou's actions this time had caused the various countries to lose face. Many experts had already been ordered to come and take Yu Qianshou's life to regain their lost face. One of third brother Xian's good friends revealed that it was actually fake to regain face. In fact, cultivators from various countries had their eyes on Yu Qianshou's two treasured sabers. Under the watchful eyes of the public, although the soul formation cultivators behind the scenes wanted to snatch the two treasured sabers, they could not openly snatch the items of the younger generation. In fact, this was also a lie. If no one knew, would the soul formation cultivators make a move? In the cultivation world, it was not uncommon to see people secretly snatching the precious qi gathering pill. Being concerned about one's identity was just a pretense. Many soul formation cultivators had done it. Most importantly, once a soul formation cultivator made a move, the others would definitely not be polite. At that time, the soul formation cultivators from various countries would definitely fight. Therefore, they all secretly reached an agreement to send their elite disciples to take action. Whoever snatched the sabers and brought them back would own them. Fortunately, Huazhoming did not want his own capital, Dayong City, to suffer. He said that he would find a way to drive Yu Qianshou out of Dayong City. The countries where the other soul formation cultivators resided also had their own capitals. Everyone put themselves in Yu Qianshou's shoes and didn't want to break this rule. Otherwise, retribution could come to their own territories at any time. Everyone could only wait for Yu Qianshou to leave Dayong City. Knowing that experts from various countries were rushing here and that the area outside Dayong City would soon become his death zone, it would be strange if Yu Qianshou could be happy. It would be difficult for one or two late-stage tribulation transcendence cultivators to fight. Wouldn't hundreds or thousands of them fight together? In the small courtyard, third brother Xian was looking at the flower garden in the middle of the courtyard in amazement. On both sides of the flower garden were green leaves and fresh flowers. They were all alive and well, but why was the one in the middle all dead? It was really strange. Yu Qianshou sat on the swing, swaying back and forth. He asked weakly, "Third brother Xian, are my two sabers really that enticing?" Third brother Xian walked back and asked in surprise, "Don't tell me you don't know what treasure you have in your hands? While I was in Spirit Fong Valley, I heard that you held a saber drawing conference in the Chinese cultivation world. The news from there said that the two sabers in your hands are spirit treasures from the Eastern Holy Land. The soul formation cultivators here have long been ready to make a move. If it wasn't for the world's #1 expert restraining you, you would have been out of luck. Yu Qianqiu was really speechless. At that time, in order to make more money, he said that the black fire saber was a treasure from the Eastern Holy Land. Unfortunately, that conference was not a success. However, he didn't expect that the nonsense he had cooked up back then would bring him so much trouble. What made him most oppressed was that although there were many people who coveted it in the Chinese cultivation world, there wasn't such a big movement. Even he himself didn't think much of it. But he didn't think that in the Chinese cultivation world, he had been flirting with the 4 big families and the #1 sect for a long time. Some sects like the Moon sect also seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with him. Those who wanted to steal the treasures didn't dare to act rashly without knowing the details. They were afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so polite to him. Actually, everyone was skeptical at first. They didn't really believe that there was a treasure from the Eastern Holy Land. But the bad thing is that you shouldn't have taken it out last time. Think about it. You, a nascent soul cultivator, almost forced a tribulation passing stage cultivator to death with just 1 saber. The power of this saber is obvious to everyone. Even if it's not a treasure from the Eastern Holy Land, it's still so powerful. Who wouldn't drool over it? Third Lord Xin clicked his tongue. Yu Qianqiu looked at him and said with a frown, "You became friend with me because you took a fancy to my 2 treasured sabers, right?" Third Lord Xin shook his head. "Then you really misunderstood. To me, friends are more important than sabers." Hearing this, Yu Qianqiu's expression showed that he was very doubtful. Third Lord Xin coughed awkwardly. "Let me put it this way. Actually, although your sabers are good, in the hands of cultivators below the soul-forming stage, they won't have any effect at all. It's better to give them a better flying sword. But in the hands of a soul-forming stage cultivator, it's different. Fights between soul-forming stage cultivators usually rely on their high cultivation to fight in close combat. Long-range attacks are almost impossible to hurt because everyone's speed is unbelievably fast. Think about it. If this kind of saber fell into the hands of a soul-forming stage cultivator, it would be too useful. Chapter 505. Yu Qianqiu agreed with this statement. He empathized with them. No matter how powerful the saber was, it was useless against those with high cultivation. If he couldn't catch up with them, he wouldn't be able to slash them. Otherwise, he could really kill them with 1 strike. It was indeed not as good as a flying sword. If it fell into the hands of a spirit-severing cultivator, he couldn't think of anything that could resist the sharpness of the black flame saber other than the nether iron. The key was that those ignorant spirit-severing cultivators didn't know that even if he gave it to them, it would instantly collapse in a black flame once it was too far away from him. But not many people knew this secret except for his master, Nongzhu and Yi. The 3 of them knew that his flying sword and saber were condensed from black flame. As for the others, he didn't want to reveal this secret. "Aren't your master, Lingfeng Valley Master, and your elder brother also at spirit-severing stage? I have 2 sabers here, 1 for each of them." Yu Qianqiu pretended to ask casually. Third brother Xin scratched his head and smiled bitterly. "Your proposal is really good. If you're really willing to give it to me, I'll naturally accept it and thank you. But the premise is that you're willing, and I don't think you're willing. The most important thing is that I never thought of getting my hands on your treasured saber. People from our Spirit Fong Valley don't do this kind of forceful thing. Otherwise, my master won't forgive me. If you don't believe me, I can swear to God." "Oh." Yu Qianqiu blinked his eyes. Could it be that the most beautiful woman in the world was an angel with both character and beauty? A top-grade girl? These 3 words suddenly popped up in his mind. He couldn't help but want to meet her as soon as possible. He wanted to see how beautiful the most beautiful woman in the world was to be able to bear the title of the most beautiful woman in the world. He subconsciously thought that it would be great if no one stopped Wen Lanfeng from going to the demon domain when he came out of seclusion. Otherwise, he might be killed by his master. If Lu Yanqing were to lose such a flower protector, then Hee. Yu Qianqiu was shocked by his own dirty thoughts. Speaking of the world's most beautiful woman, this world's most beautiful woman had just left the Holy Land of Baiwan Nation, and when Rue arrived right after her. The Holy Land of Baiwan Country was located deep in the mountains in the hinterland of Baiwan Country. Waterfalls, clear springs, birdsong, fragrant flowers, mountains, and fields. It was a place rarely visited by humans, but there was a large number of pavilions and buildings hidden in it. It was the holy land of the One Clan of Baiwan Country, and also the place where the cultivators of the One Clan cultivated. When Rue returned to the sacred land and immediately went to the valley where the patriarch was in seclusion. At the end of the valley was a stone cliff. In the middle of the cliff, there was a sealed cave. At this moment, the dark entrance of the cave was opened. Obviously, the patriarch had broken out of the cave and really came out. At this moment, a figure suddenly teleported and appeared beside Wenrui, who was floating in the air. This person's appearance was similar to Wenrui's, but he was fairer. He was Wenrui's younger brother Tang, Wenxiu, a cultivator in the late transcending tribulation. After seeing Wenrui, he said with a smile, "Big brother, you're back. Have you seen Mr. Nongzhu?" Wenrui didn't have time to chat with him, so he asked directly, "Where is the patriarch?" After the patriarch came out of seclusion, he asked some questions. He didn't stay long and then left, saying that he had something to do. As Wenxiu spoke, he suddenly realized something and said, "Big brother, you are a step too late. Just now, the Spirit Fragrance Valley Master came personally to look for the patriarch. When he saw that the patriarch was not around, he immediately left." When Rue was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He pointed at him and shouted angrily, "Didn't I tell you to stop the patriarch? Why did you let him go?" "I did, but how could I stop him?" Wenxiu said with a bitter face. "It's over." When Rue murmured to himself with a pale face. There was no need to guess. There were only two places that the patriarch was most likely to go after coming out of seclusion: Spirit Fong Valley and the Demon Domain. The Valley Master of Spirit Fong Valley didn't meet him along the way. Needless to say, he must have gone to the Demon Domain to seek revenge on Bai Changchun. It was hard to imagine the scene of the patriarch and Bai Changchun fighting, when Rue's heart was in his throat. It didn't matter if the patriarch was defeated. The most important thing was that he came back alive. Otherwise, it was unknown how long the Baiwan nation could last in this precarious situation. The nation had been established for many years and had many enemies. The key was that no one dared to act recklessly with the patriarch. Once he was gone, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Wenxiu asked worriedly. When Rue turned his head stiffly and said in a stern voice, "Don't you know that the patriarch is most likely going to find Bai Changchun? Why didn't you stop him with your life and wait for me to come back?" Wenxiu paused and said, "Big brother, I know what you're worried about, but the patriarch has been in seclusion for many years. He must have the confidence to defeat Bai Changchun. Otherwise, how could he be so reckless? Big brother, I think you're worrying too much." "I hope so." When Rue sighed helplessly. He had no other choice now. With his speed, it was impossible to catch up with the patriarch. Moreover, there was a time difference, so it was even more impossible to catch up. He was afraid that by the time he arrived at the Demon Domain, the outcome would have already been decided. Now, even if he wanted to use his great cultivation to persuade the patriarch to come back, he could not get in touch without confirming the correct location. The only thing he could do now was to wait for the final result anxiously. Wan Lanfeng, dressed in a gray robe, was tall and slender. He was neither fat nor thin. Although his appearance was not as good as Nongzhu's, he was definitely a handsome man. The only flaw was that there was a touch of sadness between his eyebrows, and the stubble on his cheeks made him look a little decadent. In his calm and clear eyes, there was a lingering melancholy. When he looked back, the melancholy in his eyes seemed to be able to turn people into ashes. To be exact, it was soul-stirring. It was believed that this kind of eyes could attract many women. Coupled with his outstanding appearance and profound cultivation, No one knew why he couldn't attract the world's most beautiful woman. So he was so sad when Rue and the others guessed correctly. After when Lan Feng came out of seclusion, he did go to find by Changchun. At this time, he was flying straight through the sky, and his powerful cultivation forced out a transparent, semi-arc-shaped light shield in front of him. He had already crossed the demon domain at a terrifying speed. In the sky above Shuntian Island in the Thousand-Mile Lake, a shadow crossed the sky. When Lan Feng stood quietly in the air, he stared at the island and the lake below with a complicated expression, and then slowly swept his eyes around. 100 years ago, it was here that he, who had always been proud of his cultivation, could not withstand 10 moves from his opponent. Only 10 moves. His opponent had seriously injured him. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on Wen Lanfeng's face. That was the biggest mockery to him, the so-called second expert in the world. The second expert could not even withstand 10 moves from the first expert and was seriously injured on the spot. If it were not for Nongzhu's timely rescue, he would not have been able to return to this world-famous Shuntian Island. 100 years of painstaking cultivation, abandoning all love and selfish thoughts, surprised even himself. He broke through the shackles of cultivation one after another, and his cultivation climbed to new heights. Looking back at his previous cultivation, it was like watching a joke. At that time, he felt that it would be difficult for his cultivation to break through again. He did not expect that Bai Changchun's lesson would give him such a great benefit. He was confident that his current cultivation was worlds apart from that time. If he continued to cultivate in that state, in less than 100 years, his seven-soul hero would merge back into his life soul, and he would be able to ascend to the immortal realm. This was a legend that had not been seen in the cultivation world for many years. However, Wen Lanfeng did not want to ascend to the immortal realm now. He had worries in his heart, and he did not want to become an immortal. As long as he defeated Bai Changchun, he could be with the person he loved. In his opinion, what was the point of becoming an immortal? It was better to stay with the person he loved for a long time. Wen Lanfeng could not help but smile when he thought of his vision of staying with Liu Yanqing. Bai Changchun's life was coming to an end, and he had not been able to ascend to the immortal realm. He must have encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. He had already broken through that bottleneck, and he only needed to merge his seven-soul hero and life soul before he could ascend. However, he was suppressing his desire to merge with Bai Changchun, which meant that Bai Changchun was no match for him. The position of the world's #1 expert should be replaced. But I have no interest in the empty title of the world's #1 expert. I only want to be with Yanqing. Bai Changchun, you spared my life back then, and I will spare your life now. Wen Lanfeng thought. Wen Lanfeng felt a little strange. Could it be that his cultivation was so high that Bai Changchun did not notice his arrival? Or was Bai Changchun not on the island at all? He swept his gaze across the island and saw a woman in white tending to the flowers and plants on the island. He could tell at a glance that she was a plant spirit. In another open space, a woman in purple was jumping around crazily, and her movements were very strange. He did not expect to see 2 more women on Shuntian Island. That seemed to be Nongzhu's disciple, Ziyi. Was Nongzhu also on the island? Wen Lanfeng recognized Ziyi. Ziyi, is that you? Wen Lanfeng called out softly. Who called me? Ziyi, who was drenched in sweat, stopped her posture and looked around. Her gaze finally fell on a figure floating quietly in the air. When she saw who it was, her mouth turned into a cute circle. Lady Mu also noticed the visitor in the air. Ziyi calmed herself down and flew into the air in a flash. After confirming that it was Wen Lanfeng, she stammered in disbelief, Senior Wen, why are you here? She really did not dare to believe that Wen Lanfeng would come here. This was the place where he was once humiliated. Could it be that he came here with Senior Bai? Ziyi had vaguely guessed that possibility. Why can't I come? Wen Lanfeng smiled confidently and said, Since you are here, your master must be here too. Where are they? He looked around again. Chapter 506. Seeing that Zi knew him, Miss Mu thought that Zi was also a friend of the punishment envoy, so she went back to her work. My master left. He's not in the demon region, Zi said anxiously. She was afraid that things were not as she thought. Both of them were her master's friends, and she did not want anything to happen to either of them. Hey, Nongzhu actually left you alone on Shuntian Island? When Lanfeng frowned and said, Bai Changchun is not here either. Where'd he go? Senior Bai, an ancestor Nanming, just left, Zi said, biting her lips. Nanming is also here? Did Bai Changchun invite Nanming here to refine the treasure? When Lanfeng frowned, it seemed that he had come at the wrong time, so he asked, Zi, are they refining the treasure in the demon region? I don't know, I think so. Zi replied obediently. This person was not only a friend of her master, but also a top master in the cultivation world, ranking just below Senior Bai, so she was a little afraid. Since he just left, he should not have started refining, so he won't disturb Bai Changchun's business, when Lanfeng nodded and said to himself. He was quite self-aware, afraid that he would accidentally ruin Bai Changchun's business by rushing here. Zi asked cautiously, Senior Wen, are you going to duel with Senior Bai? It's not a duel, just a competition. I'll leave after the competition. I won't disturb his business. When Lanfeng said this confidently, implying that he only wanted a challenge by Changchun and that he would leave after defeating him. He would not hurt him. His figure rose again, and from dozens of meters to hundreds of meters above the lake, he said loudly, Bai Changchun, time flies, and we haven't met for 100 years. When Lanfeng has come to visit you recklessly, please come out for a while. He spoke politely and softly, but Zi and Miss Mu could clearly hear when Lanfeng's voice from all directions, and even the echoes from afar were of the same volume, so they could not tell where the voice came from. It was just this one sentence. The voices stacked on top of each other, echoing for a long time. It was as if people were saying the same thing over and over again. The sound spread out like waves, spreading far and wide. It was unknown how far it had traveled. Wherever the voice reached, all the demons and ghosts fell silent, looking in the direction of the obedient island with fear in their eyes. The voice didn't sound like much, but both the Demon King and the Ghost King knew that it was impossible to transmit such a soft voice so far without a shocking cultivation base. At the very least, they couldn't do it. Zi secretly clicked her tongue, as expected of the second strongest expert in the world. Just by revealing a bit of his strength, he was able to use methods that shocked the world. Madame Mu, on the other hand, shuddered subconsciously. She thought that not only was this torture envoy formidable, even his friends had unfathomable cultivation base. Within the array that sealed the blue flames beneath Twilight Valley, the blue flames released dazzling azure hues. Bai Changchun shook out a pile of rare items he had collected over the years. Grandmaster Nanming squatted on the ground and fiddled with them as he said, refine these items to their purest state. After the next green fire erupts, when the fire is at its most stable state, we can fuse them and refine them. Bai Changchun nodded. 2 days from now should be the day the blue fire erupts. 3 days from now, we can begin the refinement. Nanming, when the time comes, I'll be counting on you. Don't say it's too early. The chances of a high-quality spirit treasure being refined into a treasure are extremely low. I'm worried that it will be like last time, refining a high-quality spirit treasure into a defective one. Just don't blame me when the time comes, the Nanming ancestor said with a bitter smile. Feel free to refine it. The gains and losses are the will of the heavens. I won't force it, Bai Changchun calmly said. This blue fire is a good thing. If only my Xianxian Island had it. The Nanming ancestor sighed. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked, Bai Changchun, I remember that you used to have an intermediate grade spirit treasure sword. Was it not enough for you? I don't think I saw you take it out last time in the Eastern Sea. There probably isn't anyone in the cultivation world that can make you draw your sword, right? There aren't any in the cultivation world, but it doesn't mean that there aren't any in the Holy East Lands, Bai Changchun said slowly. The Nanming ancestor shook his head. He didn't know what to say. Who knew that by Changchun would add, when my cultivation broke through to the late stage of soul formation, I wanted to test my cultivation. Who knew that the intermediate grade spirit treasure couldn't withstand my full power and instantly shattered into pieces. That's why I asked you to refine a superior grade spirit treasure. I hope it can withstand the full power of my cultivation. What? The Nanming ancestor exclaimed. The intermediate grade spirit treasure couldn't withstand the power of his cultivation. He asked in shock, "Oh my God, an inferior grade spirit treasure should be able to withstand the use of a late-stage soul formation cultivator. But the intermediate grade spirit treasure can't withstand your cultivation. By Changchun, you're still a late-stage soul formation cultivator? I don't know either. That's why I want to go to the Holy Eastlands to prove it. I want to figure out what's going on." Bai Changchun also smiled bitterly. He then waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's hurry. Otherwise, the green fire will be unstable in 2 days and we'll have to postpone again." The Nanming ancestor shook his head and calmed his mind. Then he raised his arms, and the 12 rare materials in front of him flew up. But at this moment, his and Bai Changchun's expressions changed at the same time. Both of them seemed to have heard something. The Nanming ancestor raised his hand and put away the materials. He turned around and said in surprise, "Wen Lanfeng? What's he doing here?" "Humph." Bai Changchun snorted coldly. He turned around and passed through the wall of light that sealed the green fire. The Nanming ancestor didn't say anything. He raised his hand and put all the materials into his storage bag. Then he also rushed out. There were not many opportunities to see the world's #1 expert and #2 expert meet. Not to mention they were enemies in the distant sky. Nongzhu hurriedly dragged Furong and flew deep into the demon ghost region. If it weren't for Furong, he would have reached Shantian Island by now. However, just as he saw the bright surface of the 1,000-mile lake in the distance, he suddenly heard a burst of sound. Nongzhu's expression changed drastically. He said hatefully, "Damn Wen Lanfeng, you still came here. Is it worth it for a woman?" He then raised his speed to the extreme. After shouting, Wen Lanfeng looked at Zi with a smile and stood quietly in the air, waiting for Bai Changchun's arrival. After waiting for a while, Wen Lanfeng seemed to find something wrong with Zi's eyes. Her mouth was slightly open in surprise. Her eyes seemed to be focused behind him. The woman in white on the island was also looking in his direction in a daze. "There's someone behind me." This was Wen Lanfeng's instant thought, but he immediately denied it. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for someone to be behind him without him noticing. But his intuition told him that someone was staring at him from behind. For people who had reached his level of cultivation, sometimes his intuition was better than his eyes. A chilling feeling made his scalp tingle. He really didn't want to believe it was true. "What's the matter?" A short voice sounded behind him. Wen Lanfeng heard the voice that he hadn't heard for a long time, the voice that he would remember for the rest of his life. Bai Changchun's voice. Wen Lanfeng's pupils suddenly shrank, and then gradually returned to normal. Maybe he was careless, or maybe Bai Changchun had cultivated some mysterious body movement that could approach people silently. But one thing was undeniable. If Bai Changchun had sneakily attacked him just now, the consequences would be really hard to predict. But Bai Changchun would definitely not do that, otherwise he would not be Bai Changchun. He was too proud and always defeated his opponents in a fair and square manner. He disdained to do despicable things. When Lanfeng floated in the air and turned around, staring at the old man who was still hale and hearty, standing with his hands behind his back. He still looked as if he had weathered many hardships, but the older he got, the more spirited he became. He was like a green pine standing on the top of a mountain, drifting in the wind and clouds, looking down on the world immortal. Lady Mu, who was on the island, felt that something was wrong. If this person was really friends with the punishment enforcer, it would be too strange to meet in such an atmosphere. Zi clutched her clothes so tightly that her knuckles turned white. If these two peerless masters were to fight, the consequences would be really hard to imagine. Should I hide further away? When Lan Feng felt a little numb from his mouth to his throat. He wanted to speak, but couldn't. He found that his confidence completely collapsed the moment he saw Bai Changchun with his own eyes. That feeling was indescribable. It was like the first time he broke into the demon domain and saw Bai Changchun. Yes, it was the same feeling. Bai Changchun was clearly in front of him, standing opposite him and looking at him expressionlessly. But the feeling he gave him was as if he was a part of heaven and earth. He just stood there casually and naturally blended into heaven and earth. It was as if he could move the world with just a lift of his hand. In contrast, he was the myriad of living beings in this world, and he was the entire world, always accommodating him. This feeling was like a dream or an illusion. The person in front of him was close at hand. He was real and ethereal, making him unfathomable. It was a terrifying thing to feel this kind of invisible pressure from the opponent when they were facing each other. In fact, the opponent didn't give him any pressure at all, but he felt as if he was shouldering the pressure of the entire world. When Lan Feng understood that this was a kind of momentum, but he couldn't understand why he felt this way when he faced Bai Changchun back then. But now, his cultivation was worlds apart from that time. Could it be that he couldn't see through his momentum? How could this be? When Lan Feng asked himself, he had already reached the critical point where he could fuse the 7 spirits into his life soul and ascend, but Bai Changchun was still delaying. His cultivation should have already surpassed him, but why was he still like an ant that couldn't see through him? Could it be that he had also reached this realm? Then why did he receive news that he was going to the East Holy Land to seek a breakthrough? The fact that the Nanming ancestor came here to forge a weapon for him was a very good proof. Chapter 507. Ancestor Nanming came slowly, glanced at the 2 people standing opposite each other, and shook his head slightly. Based on his relationship with them, he did not have the right to stop them. Glancing at Zi, who was staring with her head raised, Ancestor Nanming flashed over and directly banged his head on Zi's head, reprimanding her. Are you tired of living? This is an adult's matter. Why are you here, little girl? Although he and Nongzhu were entangled, they were still friends. Although he could not control Bai Changchun and Wen Lanfeng, he still had to control Zi. Zi rubbed her head and cried in pain, but Ancestor Nanming dragged her down and threw her back to Shantian Island. Below, an old man and 2 women stared at the scene with wide eyes. What do you want from me? Bai Changchun asked the same question again. His tone was indifferent, without worry, fear, anxiety, or impatience, without the slightest emotion. His voice was ordinary and ordinary, like an ordinary old man asking a question, unlike Wen Lanfeng, who could casually stir up an echo between heaven and earth. A trace of bitterness appeared on Wen Lanfeng's face. From Bai Changchun's words and eyes, he could see that he was arrogant and did not take him seriously at all. This courage alone was not something an ordinary person could have. He was indeed the world's #1 expert. Wen Lanfeng's momentum was already slightly inferior. Bai Changchun, the battle that year made me reflect on the painful experience, and I cultivated in seclusion for 100 years. Today I come. Before Wen Lanfeng could finish, he heard someone shouting in the distance. Old Bai, Wen Lanfeng, let's talk it out, let's talk it out. Nongzhu saw the 2 people confronting each other in midair from afar. Seeing that they had not started fighting, she hurriedly shouted, Oh my God, this trip didn't tire me to death, and I finally made it. Nongzhu inserted herself between the 2 people and said in a somewhat dispirited manner. It seemed that she had indeed used all her strength to fly all the way here, and the genuine vitality in her body was greatly consumed. In mysterious wave light ball in his hand, Hibiscus was like an imprisoned kitten looking at Bai Changchun and Wen Lanfeng pitifully. The unperturbed Bai Changchun and Wen Lanfeng both looked at the people he brought with him in surprise. They were puzzled. Why did this guy catch a woman? Ancestor Nanming also flashed into the air when he saw Nongzhu coming. He glanced at Hibiscus and asked Nongzhu, Nongzhu, are you acting like a playboy again? Shut your stinky mouth. Nongzhu then added, Will you die if you don't watch the fun? Don't you know how to persuade him? He seemed to be blaming Ancestor Nan Ming for not coming out to mediate. Ancestor opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Nongju to hibiscus, hibiscus, and hibiscus. The few old fellows were just about to discuss business when they heard Zi exclaim, "Ah, Furong, why are you here?" "Hibiscus." "Zi, why are you here?" Hibiscus said in surprise. When they were on supporting Immortal Island, Yu Qianshou had brought Zi over once. The two of them knew each other and knew that the other had a good relationship with Yu Qianshou. The two women threw everything to the back of their minds and started chatting. The tense atmosphere between the two great experts of the world, which was on the verge of breaking out, was instantly destroyed by these two girls. Ancestor Nan Ming elbowed Nongju and asked, "Hey, who is this hibiscus?" By Changchun, and when Lanfeng could not remember whose daughter Furong was. Nongju would not bring an ordinary person to Shantian Island. However, the two of them didn't know that Hibiscus was just a small disciple of supporting Immortal Island. Given their status, who would care about a mere Fuxian Island? Moreover, he was just a disciple on the island. Naturally, he wouldn't remember who Hibiscus was. Damn it, don't get touchy. How am I supposed to know? Nongju retracted his elbow and stared at the two girls. He had raised Zi since she was young. He was her father, her mother, and her master. In short, Zi grew up in the purple bamboo forest and never had a friend, let alone a close friend. When he saw Zi and Hibiscus chattering happily, he suddenly realized that he was wrong, very wrong. Nonsense! Ancestor Nan Ming pointed below and questioned, "If you don't know who she is, how can you bring her here? If you don't know who she is, how can she know Zi? Who are you trying to fool?" "How would I know? Yu Qianshou didn't tell me." Nongju was also a little gloomy. Hearing that it was related to his disciple, Bai Changchun looked over and asked, "Nongju, what's going on?" Nongju was stunned and then said with a smile, "Yu Qianshou said that this girl is his woman. He said that it would be dangerous if she followed him. So he asked me to bring her here to avoid the danger." Bai Changchun and Ancestor Nan Ming were stunned at the same time. They stared at Hibiscus and sized her up. Wen Lanfeng's head was filled with bewilderment, but he was quite surprised. He thought to himself, "Who is Yu Qianshou? How come I've never heard of him? He must be an extraordinary person to be able to make Nongju run errands and make Bai Changchun and Ancestor Nan Ming lose their composure." He had been in closed-door training for 100 years, and Yu Qianshou's previous life wasn't even born yet. How would he know who Yu Qianshou was? It was enough for him to think about it slowly. Among the 4 people in the sky, 3 of them were the 4 great men of the cultivation world. They were only missing Lu Yanqing from Lingfang Valley. Ever since Zi and Yu Qianshou toured the world of sensual pleasures, she was a little wild. Being trapped in Shantian Island was boring, so she practiced the awkward animal play every day to kill time. Hibiscus's arrival made her a little too excited. Finally, she had a companion. "Yu Qianshou is too much. He brought you out to play, but he didn't bring me along. It's so dangerous outside. What's there to be afraid of? Danger is fun. If there's no danger, why would I go out with that guy?" As Zi said this, Nongju's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Ancestor Nan Ming, who was at the side, looked at her and laughed. He thought that this girl was really funny and could compete with her master. "It's really dangerous. It's not fun. Last time, Yu Qianshou was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. I was scared to death." Yu Qianshou was beaten to the point of vomiting blood? It can't be. That guy is very bad. Who could injure him? Is he okay? As soon as these 2 sentences were spoken, a somewhat oppressive aura filled the air. The breeze blowing around them instantly stopped. As the 2 girls spoke, they also felt that something was wrong. When they suddenly turned around, they suddenly found that the 4 experts in the sky were staring at them. Zi stuck out her tongue. The 2 girls shrunk in embarrassment and did not dare to say another word. What a strong aura. When Lanfeng's pupil shrank, she slowly turned to look at Bai Changchun. She thought that he was going to fight, but she found that he was staring at Nongju. Nongju and Ancestor Nan Ming looked at each other. then secretly turned their heads to look back. Nongzhu found that Bai Changchun was staring at her and could not help but smile awkwardly. Bai Changchun indifferently asked word by word, "Nongzhu, who hurt you, Qianqiu?" "Oh, Bai, don't think about it. His skin is rough and his flesh is thick. He has already recovered from a minor injury," Nongzhu said, and shook her head with a bitter smile. She said, "In fact, that guy asked for it. He claimed to be the world's #1 expert below the deification stage. It would be strange if people did not find trouble with him. I'll tell you in detail later." The aura of fear disappeared in an instant. Bai Changchun was stunned. He claimed to be the world's #1 expert, but his disciple ran out and claimed to be the world's #1 expert below the deification stage. If people knew that she was his disciple, it would really make him proud. Wen Lanfeng could not help asking, "Nongzhu, who is this Qianqiu? Why have I never heard of him?" Nongzhu smiled and raised her chin toward Bai Changchun. She said his last disciple. Wen Lanfeng uttered an ah, and then hesitated. A famous master produces a brilliant disciple. No wonder he dares to claim to be the world's #1 expert below the deification stage. He must be worthy of it. Although it was a perfunctory compliment, it sounded a little harsh. Bai Changchun's calm face was slightly dark. It seemed that he felt ashamed for the first time in his long life. Nongzhu secretly thought, Wen Lanfeng, you really want to die. Aren't you being sarcastic?" Sure enough, after Bai Changchun's face calmed down, he stared at Wen Lanfeng indifferently and said, "From what you said before, do you mean that after 100 years of closed-door training, your cultivation has greatly improved and you came here to wash away your shame?" Who was Wen Lanfeng? He was not a coward who was afraid to fight. He was provoked by Bai Changchun's words on the spot, and his previous worries were immediately thrown out of the window. This was the true arrogance of a top expert. He would never retreat in the face of a battle and would only concentrate on one thing: to defeat his opponent. Life or death, victory or defeat. These were things to be considered after the battle. Wen Lanfeng laughed heartily and replied in a sonorous voice, "The battle 100 years ago. Wen Lanfeng will never forget it. The 100 years of closed-door training is just to be qualified to meet the punishment master of the Demon Ghost region again. Today, I would like to experience the demeanor of the world's #1 expert again." The last sentence was particularly impassioned. Don't get excited. Nongzhu waved her hand anxiously between the two. However, both of them had entered a state of high spirits and simply ignored Nongzhu. Wen Lanfeng's whole body erupted with a strong fighting spirit. His grayish-white robe suddenly fluttered despite the absence of wind, stirring the surrounding airflow to gradually solidify and appear like blades. Ancestor Nanming quickly released a transparent protective upstanding chi, but unexpectedly, he still felt a little overwhelmed. The wind blades constantly made ear-piercing sounds on the upstanding chi, and the entire protective upstanding chi could be destroyed by the wind blades at any time. This was the turbulence caused by the light chi ji before they started fighting. What would happen if they started fighting? Ancestor Nanming's eyes were full of horror. Wen Lanfeng was indeed worthy of his reputation as the world's second expert, but he did not expect him to be so powerful. It was far beyond his understanding of experts in the late stage of the incarnation realm. Without another word, Ancestor Nanming retreated in the face of difficulties. This was not a place where he could stay with his cultivation, so he quickly flashed back to the island. Nongzhu also had a protective upstanding chi, but her cultivation was obviously higher than Ancestor Nanming's. She shouted, "You two lunatics! There is no deep hatred between you two. Will you only be satisfied when you fight to the death? Get out of the way!" Wen Lanfeng shouted. His chi-ji locked on to Nongzhu, and the dancing wind blades immediately swept over, cutting Nongzhu's protective upstanding chi to the point that it almost collapsed. Nongzhu immediately felt that she could not take it anymore, and she shouted, "You two lunatics, just die. You're making me worry less." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly fled and was forced to leave. Bai Changchun, who was opposite Wenlan Feng, was very quiet. His expression was indifferent, so quiet that it was a little ridiculous. He did not make as much noise as Wenlan Feng. His clothes, beard, and hair did not even move in the chaotic wind. Wenlan Feng's eyes were bright as he stared at Bai Changchun. The wind blades crazily swept towards Bai Changchun, but when they were 2 meters away from his body, the wind blades silently and inexplicably collapsed and disappeared. They had no effect on Bai Changchun. The few people on the island stared at him, and Lady Mu bit her lip. She already knew what was going to happen. She did not expect that she would have the opportunity to see the torture envoy, who was famous in the demon domain, in action. She did not know who the other person was, but he actually dared to challenge the torture envoy. It seems that you've really made a lot of progress in the past 100 years of hard cultivation. You can't be compared to the past. No wonder you have the confidence to come to me, Bai Changchun said lightly. I also feel that I've made a lot of progress. Wenlan Feng nodded and asked, how do I compare to you? I don't know my own cultivation level, and I've been looking forward to someone who can help me understand myself. After seeing you, Bai Changchun shook his head slightly and said, what a pity. The person who can help me understand is not you. You don't even know what level your cultivation has reached. Wenlan Feng laughed and said, I understand now. You mean that I'm still not your opponent? Bai Changchun said, it doesn't matter whether you're my opponent or not. The most important thing is that you must remember one thing. What thing? Wenlan Feng asked. Cultivators above the soul formation stage who trespasses the demon domain will die, Bai Changchun said lightly. Huh? Wenlan Feng laughed and waved his hand. A cold light flashed out of his storage bag, and a wide, long sword appeared in front of him. The blade was as wide as a palm, and there was a flowing mercury-like luster on its surface. Wenlan Feng gently grabbed the hilt and said, my giant silver sword failed to force your sword out, and it has been sealed until now. If you can force my sword out, I'll spare your life. Bai Changchun said quietly. Huh? Wenlan Feng laughed wildly and said, Bai Changchun, you're too conceited. Today, unless you're an immortal from the upper realm, I'll make you understand the bottom line of your cultivation level. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, there were thousands of Wenlan Feng and thousands of giant silver swords in the air, standing above Bai Changchun's head. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. The surrounding airflow was dead silent. On a Obedient Island, Nongzhu, an elder ancestor of Nanming, looked at each other. The two women were stunned. They had seen people who could create many phantoms, but at this time, the thousands of Wenlan Feng in the air were motionless as if they were real bodies. They moved. One of the thousands of Wenlan Feng moved, and with a dazzling silver light, it drew a gorgeous and charming arc. From top to bottom, the sword came from the west, fast as lightning, and slashed toward Bai Changchun's head. Just as the sword was about to touch Bai Changchun, a third hand seemed to grow out of Bai Changchun's body, and his fingers were like picking flowers. Chapter 508. With a ding sound, it hit the side of the sword's edge, and the man and the sword disappeared without a trace. It was just a soft and crisp sound, without any great power that could shake people's hearts. Not even the sound of wind could be heard. However, it made people feel that everything in that space was still except for the two people fighting. The sound, light, and airflow gave people a feeling that they had been frozen. Hibiscus's cultivation was too low, so she couldn't see any clues. She was already dumbfounded when she saw the thousands of Wenlan Feng's incarnations. Zi opened her mouth. According to her understanding, there could only be one real Wenlan Feng among the thousands of incarnations, and the others were all phantoms. But how could phantoms turn into a tangible form and carry out a substantial attack? Nongzhu and ancestor Nanming understood that this seemingly peaceful place was extremely dangerous. The two of them restrained all of their great power and didn't waste any of it. All of their power was gathered between the sword and the finger. There were not many people in this world who could withstand this sword and finger. They moved again. A sword came from the south, followed by a sword from the east, and then from the north, south, east, and west, when Lanfeng's attacks were as dense as rain. One man and one sword were like flying immortals from the heavens, leaving behind a shadow. They abandoned all magnificence and only pursued a simple fatal blow. One man and one sword. Only one sword. Without any extra movements, one man and one sword's fatal blow was simple and unadorned. But when thousands of people and one sword's fatal blows fused together, it formed the most gorgeous visual shock. Thousands of Lanfeng, thousands of huge silver swords, and thousands of silver electric shadows interweave in the air to form a huge, gorgeous silver lotus in full bloom. Thousands of attacks, in the end, all focused on the flower's stem, and Bai Changchun was the white lotus stem that suffered the storm-like attacks. What a beautiful, blooming white lotus. Hibiscus was stunned. She never thought that cultivators could fight in this way. Zi was stunned. It was too spectacular. This was the fight between the world's #1 expert and the world's #2 expert. Lady Mu was afraid that the torturer couldn't withstand such an attack. Nongzhu and Ancestor Nanming stared at their every move without blinking their eyes. Bai Changchun's expression was calm. With his hands behind his back, he remained motionless like a mountain, withstanding the thousands of attacks in the sky. Thousands of arms also appeared on his shoulders, making him look like the thousand-armed Guanyin. It was extremely beautiful. Ding, ding, ding. A series of rapid and crisp sounds rang out. Every finger would hit its target, and every single one of them was able to thwart the sharpness of the giant silver sword. With a flick of his finger, when Lanfeng's body and sword unity collapsed, in the blink of an eye, the silver lotus gradually dissipated in the air. It was a magnificent opening, but a depressing curtain call. Nongzhu and Ancestor Nanmian heaved a sigh of relief. If when Lanfeng's 1,000 swords unite was used on them, they would not be able to withstand 100 swords if they did not escape, let alone 1,000 swords. It seemed that only a person with an abnormally high cultivation like Bai Changchun could remain still like a mountain and deal with it with ease. Moreover, he didn't even draw his weapon and merely flicked his finger lightly to break when Lanfeng's 1,000 swords as one. His finger avoided the sharpness and flicked the side of the sword tip. It would be fine if it was just one or two, but it happened that thousands of swords burst out almost at the same time. There was probably no one in the world who could compare to him in terms of eyesight. Although the two were relieved, they knew that this was just the beginning of the warm-up, and the real fight was yet to come. Bai Changchun is indeed Bai Changchun. I can't believe that my 1,000 swords unite couldn't even force you to move a step. When Lanfeng's sigh sounded around, but only his voice could be heard. I don't have time to chat with you. If you don't make a move, I will. Bai Changchun said calmly. Good. Then come on. Let me experience the power of the world's #1 master again. When Lanfeng's voice was still heard, but no one else could be seen. You overestimate yourself. Bai Changchun snorted coldly. His figure flickered, and he also disappeared. The few people on the island looked around, but found nothing. Suddenly, a series of rapid bangs sounded high up in the sky. They quickly looked up, and when the last bang sounded, they saw Bai Changchun and Wen Lanfeng appear above at the same time. The two had obviously fought several times in a race of speed. Otherwise, there would have been no sound for no reason. The two were so fast that the people below couldn't see them clearly. Puff! A muffled groan sounded in the air. When Lanfeng's figure seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He fell like a meteor and quickly fell to the surface of the 1,000-mile lake. Nongzhu and Ancestor Nanming exchanged a surprised look. They could see that when Lanfeng was injured, but they didn't know what Bai Changchun had done to him. Whoosh! Bai Changchun's figure appeared intermittently from high up in the sky. This was not teleportation, but a pure speed pursuit. He chased after Wen Lanfeng. At their level of cultivation, it was impossible to cause effective damage to their opponents from afar. They needed to hit them head-on. Nongzhu and Ancestor Nanming's hearts were in their throats. Although Bai Changchun had injured Wen Lanfeng, he obviously didn't want to let Wen Lanfeng go and was chasing him, sword without an arrow. Wen Lanfeng, who was falling rapidly, shouted and stopped in the air due to the strong inertia. The strong wind brought by his fall pressed a huge arc of deep whirlpool on the surface of a lake that was only a few dozen meters away from him. As the deep whirlpool bounced up, Wen Lanfeng, who had stopped, also bounced up and roared into the sky. The sword in his hand produced a giant sword aura that was more than 20 meters long. It stirred up huge chaotic sword shadows, like messy transparent thorns shooting through the air, madly stabbing at Bai Changchun, who was chasing after him. The two powerhouses brazenly confronted each other head-on. However, Bai Changchun seemed to have fallen into a pile of crystal-clear thorns. Clang, clang, clang. The fight directly entered a white-hot stage. This was the last scene that the women in purple clothes saw clearly. Then, the figures of the two peerless powerhouses became blurred again. With the cultivation of the three women, they could no longer see clearly. They could only see the messy and terrifying sword aura sweeping everywhere. Bang, bang. The sound of banging was endless. Nongzhu and ancestor Nanming's eyes almost narrowed into slits. They stared at the two people fighting with sparkling eyes. They knew that Bai Changchun did not want to destroy his territory, so he deliberately suppressed his destructive aura. Wen Lanfeng was not here to cause trouble. At the same time, in order not to show weakness, he also suppressed his destructive aura. Otherwise, with such a crazy fight between the two people, the power emitted was earth-shattering, and the shocking and terrifying shockwave alone could completely destroy Obedient Island. They could not just stand on the island and watch the show as if nothing had happened. TSK, TSK. Wen Lanfeng's cultivation has really improved by leaps and bounds. In the past, it would be impossible for him to fight against old Bai so valiantly. How strong! Nongzhu exclaimed. Ancestor Nanming glanced at him, knowing that he had seen the battle 100 years ago. His gaze returned to the two people fighting. The more Wen Lanfeng fought, the stronger his fighting spirit became. The defeat 100 years ago was so sullen that he almost did not have the strength to fight back and was beaten half to death. He had never had the opportunity to fight with an expert like Bai Changchun so happily. With the giant silver in hand, the sword moved with his heart. His entire body and mind were completely integrated with the sword, achieving the true unity of man and sword that he dreamed of. The sword was him, and he was the sword. With the unity of man and sword, he was invincible, fighting against the world's #1 expert. His fighting spirit and heroic spirit soared to the sky. Wen Lanfeng was secretly amazed. It was a great blessing to be able to fight with an expert like Bai Changchun. It directly stimulated his potential. The shackles between man and sword were broken in an instant. The sword in his hand burst forth with infinite possibilities at will. I don't believe I can't force you to use your sword. Wen Lanfeng's fighting spirit sword. He exerted force again and trapped Bai Changchun in a net of sword gang. The two fighting figures became more and more blurred, and even the huge sword gang was flickering. The sky and the earth were suddenly up and down, left and right, and loud noises were constantly heard. Hiss! Ancestor Nanming felt a toothache, and his eyes were almost blurred. He gasped and rubbed his face with both hands. He said excitedly, "This trip is not in vain, not in vain. Wen Lanfeng is really amazing. He can actually fight with Bai Changchun to this extent." Nongzhu rubbed her blurred eyes and said suspiciously, "Why do I feel that something is wrong?" She then turned around and asked, "Nanming, if I remember correctly, the giant silver in Wen Lanfeng's hand should be a middle-grade spiritual treasure. Do you think a middle-grade spiritual treasure sword can trap Bai Changchun?" He and Bai Changchun were good friends. He knew that Bai Changchun once had a middle-grade spiritual treasure sword, but it collapsed because it could not withstand his strong cultivation. In other words, a middle-grade spiritual treasure could not withstand Bai Changchun's power at all. But how could he be trapped by a middle-grade spiritual treasure sword? Ancestor Nanming was slightly stunned. He happened to hear Bai Changchun mention this before. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed not right. He said in a muffled voice, maybe when Lanfeng's cultivation is profound, and he can exert the power of the giant silver sword to a higher level. Nongzhu shook her head slightly, feeling that this explanation was still a bit unreliable. From the fight, just now, when Lanfeng was injured by Bai Changchun, it could be seen that the former was obviously not a match for the latter, and the gap was not just a little bit. It was a bit of a joke to think that such a gap could trap the opponent with just the sword gang. Nongzhu murmured, holding her chin. What is Old Bai doing? Is he deliberately letting him win? It was not that he was letting Wen Lanfeng win, but Bai Changchun was getting more and more excited as the fight went on. He did not want to defeat Wen Lanfeng so quickly. He had fought countless times in the cultivation world, and he had seen all kinds of opponents. However, just now, he suddenly found that Wen Lanfeng seemed to have understood something. Facing the sword moves that he was barely supporting, Wen Lanfeng suddenly became at ease. This fellow actually broke through another shackle in this life and death struggle, and he immediately integrated it seamlessly. Bai Changchun secretly marveled that this guy was really a rare genius in the world.